los auriculares que han hecho un lío. Estoy desenredando. Es muy temprano. ¿Cómo se pone? ¡Hostia, Zombo! Zombito, muchas gracias por esa pedazo de raid. ¿Qué tal? Te he visto ahí jugando al Hunt. ¿Qué tal, Zombo? A ver. Vale. Ay. Buenos días de domingo. Bienvenidos todos. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estáis? Todos habéis tenido unos buenos días, menos yo, ¿no? Qué bien. Saúl, Bala, que me ha llamado vieja, Bala, hijo puta. Ana. Gofio, Cirta, Fruquio, Jordi, Estefan, Dalki, Loveno, Jugos, Miguel, Zombo, Kizal, Haber, Danit, Jugos, Viverido. Yo peleando. ¡Uy! ¡Lady! ¡Qué guapísima eres, Lady, Viverida! Yo peleando con el niño y en catequesis y misa. Eso cuenta como buen día. ¡Hostia puta! Catequesis. ¿Conseguiste comida anoche? Pues anoche tuve que pedir un kebab. Es que... Es que la vida es dura. O sea, saco al perro. Dejo al perro en casa. Voy a comprar. Digo, hostia, voy a comprar algo porque no sabía yo que tenía la nevera en esa actitud, ¿sabes? Digo, hostia, nada más que haya abierto esta tienda, que es un súper normal. Voy. Cojo 4 mierdas porque no iba a hacer la compra. Solo iba a comprar para cenar y comer hoy. Me pongo en la cola y hace la luz. ¡Pum! Y se enciende. Y digo, bueno, pues está nada, se ha encendido. Y hace... Uy, los ordenadores no funcionan. 20 minutos esperando en la cola del súper y no lo arreglan. Eran las 10 de la noche casi. Digo, me voy a mi casa. Y me pedí un kebab. ¿Y para hoy qué? Pues... hoy no sé. Hoy yo me había comprado unas guiosas y todo, tío. Me iba a hacer unas guiosas riquísimas. Mierda para mí. Hola, ¿qué tal? Hola, Juanjo. Otro kebab, no, por favor. Hola, Macayus. Hoy hago caliente con sal, no sé. Hoy el problema es de Adri, que está en casa. Ahora se ha sacado el perro por ahí. Cuando vuelva el problema es suyo. Yo paso ya el problema. Hoy él sabrá. Claro, es que digo, compro para hacer hamburguesa y compro para cenar. Y ceno unas guiosas y mañana hacemos hamburguesa y ya está. Nada. El Skull no he jugado, Zombo, no hay puta idea. Hola, Ulbus. Hola, Greensign, ¿qué tal? ¿Qué arroz y qué pollo? Si es que no... Bueno, arroz sí hay, pero pollo no. Nada, ya inventará Adri algo. A este le da bien inventar. Así que el que invente, yo ya no tengo ganas de vivir ni nada. Otra vez me ha despertado la puta vecina gritando. O sea, yo ya no tengo ganas de nada. O sea, tengo ganas de acostarme, ¿sabes? Hay que hacer un gameplay de cómo hacer guiosas. Yo las compro hechas. Yo no sé hacer guiosas, ¿sabes? Qué asco de vida, tío. ¿Cómo se puede estar gente gritando y peleándote con la familia desde las 8 de la mañana hasta ahora mismo? Estaban gritando otra vez. Ahora se han callado. ¿Cómo puede ser? No es posible, humanamente. Y yo tengo la garganta de otro, me estáis escuchando, ¿no? O sea, no es posible. Pero es que así lleva toda la puta semana. Yo tengo insomnio, señora. Me está reventando usted, ¿sabes? Yo solo duermo por la mañana. Déjeme vivir. Y bueno, no me deja vivir, así que guancho. Yo tengo un mecánico al lado. Se han dejado algo enchufado ayer. Se oía el ruido de la máquina toda la noche. Joder. Yo es que no entiendo, sinceramente, gente. Yo no podría vivir en una casa que todo el rato hay jaleo, sinceramente. Para mí, estar todo el día peleando con todo el mundo, o sea, no voy a engañar a nadie. Obviamente te peleas con tu familia, eso es así. Pero, y yo, todos los putos días a gritos con tu familia, eso no es normal, tío. Eso no es normal ya. Ahí pasa algo. Joder, zombo. O sea, tus vecinos ponen la música, unos ponen la música toda alta por las mañanas para que los que no les dejan dormir por la noche, o sea, no te dejan dormir por la noche y tampoco por la mañana. Está el huracán, ¿no? El huracán Katrina. Hola, Darth, ¿qué tal? Hola, Alex, bienvenido. En realidad lo hace por tu bien, para que te despiertes temprano y tengas sueño antes, así te regula los horarios. El problema es que para mí eso no funciona. O sea, a mí no me regulan los horarios. Porque muchas veces Adri está por la noche en casa y no está en todo el día, solo por la noche. Él duerme por la noche, o sea, él duerme por el día y por la noche está bien. Entonces yo quiero estar un rato con Adri, entonces me despierto, me acuesto más tarde. Y si ellos me despiertan a las 8, pues me joden todos los chakras. Van a marcar bien. No pasa nada. Mañana descanso y si no me echo la siesta y ya está. Pamacu, yo ya he estado pensando en el microterrorismo hogareño. Bueno, microterrorismo vecinal sería en este caso. De cada vez que me acuesto a las 2 de la mañana, pegarle un puñetazo a la pared. ¿Sabes? En plan. ¡Oh! Pero eso sería. Caer en una espiral de odio con las vecinas que para lo que me queda en el convento, ¿no? Como se dice. Para lo que me queda en el convento, mejor no hacer nada. Y un par de veces me voy en junio seguramente. Hola, tonto, todos los bandos, bienvenido. Menos mal, bueno. Mejor me... A ver, también he pensado en coger una caca de Frodo y dejársela en la puerta. Plan. Pero claro, sabrían que soy yo, porque soy la única que tiene perros en casi todo el edificio. Ay, no es un gran plan, claro. Ese es el problema. No más si te dije una partida al Doom con los altavoces antes de dormir, que eso siempre relaja. En el buzón y lo pone con... Mira, Zombo y Miguel han tenido la misma idea. Son igual los dos de terroristas. Bueno, también puedo hacer otro plan perfecto, que es coger toda la caca de Gandalf, colarme en su casa, cambiarle los cereales por mierda de conejo y ya está. Pero claro, colarme en su casa es un plan muy enrevesado que tampoco tengo ganas de hacer. Así que lo mejor de todo es pues aguantarse hasta que me vaya y ya está. Tienen semanas mucho más tranquilas. Espero que la semana que viene sea una de esas y ya está. Oye, hay unos cereales de chocolate que son unas bolitas de chocolate chiquitas, ¿a que sí? Son iguales que la mierda del conejo, ¿eh? Ulbus, creerán que tienes un puticlub. Creerán, Ulbus, que tienes un puticlub en tu casa, claro, es la comidilla del barrio. A ver, gente, ha ganado The Forgotten City la votación de los suscriptores para el one shot del domingo. Es un juego de investigación que dura unas 5 horas en la que tenemos que resolver un misterio y está hecho a partir de un mod de Skyrim, ¿vale? Así que tendrá esa pintilla de mod de Skyrim. Tengo curiosidad, la verdad. Ha ganado un montón de putos premios este juego. Y le ha hecho un tío. Y además yo lo voy a jugar en el Game Pass. Porque lo tenéis en el Game Pass. Si queréis echarle un tanteo, ya sabéis dónde encontrarlo. No tengo ni puta idea. No sé ni de qué va. No tengo ni puta idea de nada. Lo que os digo es que gracias a la vecina, como me ha hecho despertarme todo temprano, he arreglado los problemas que tenía con el Metal Gear Solid. Así que tranquilamente vamos a jugar a Metal Gear en portada, ¿vale? Ya lo tengo todo arreglado, está en español. Así que en principio perfecto. Y a ver qué tal se me da Metal Gear. Ya he dicho que lo he probado y no he sido capaz. O sea, la fase empieza que llegas a la base, ya hay 3 enemigos y un ascensor. Y tienes que montarte en el ascensor. Deciros que no he conseguido montarme en el ascensor. O sea, va a ser trepidante el cómo voy a jugar yo a Metal Gear. Va a ser increíble. ¡Oh! Esperarse. Me ha salido mierda de... Me cago en la puta madre. O sea, que tengo que aceptar esto sí o si no la chupo. ¿Ok? Dura declaración. Soy chiqui. No he conseguido entrar en el puto ascensor, ¿eh? Lamentable. ¡Hostia! Esperar, se voy a poner bien que estoy en Mordor por culpa del Deponia. Luis, gracias por el follow. Vale. ¡Hola, Floppy! ¿Qué tal? Nada, cuando juguemos al Metal Gear os reiréis de mí y ya está. Pues bueno, vamos a jugar hoy a The Forgotten City. De hecho, cuando lo terminemos me iré, ¿vale? Porque tengo la garganta bastante jodida y muchas cosas que hacer. Ayer tuve una reunión del rol y tengo muchas cosas que hacer. Así que cuando terminemos el juego, que he mirado que dura entre 5 o 6 horas, lo dejaremos en stream. 5 o 6 horas, ya sabéis que acabaremos por, yo qué sé, por la tarde, a las 6, las 7, una cosa así. Yo en Arcabian, por suerte, donde me mudo en Sevilla no voy a tener problemas. Así que bien. Pues entonces os vaya a pasar muy bien cuando yo juegue a... Empezaremos seguramente un sábado, una cosa así, a jugar a Metal Gear. Supongo yo que la semana que viene no. Esta semana que entra no, porque estamos en portada. La siguiente empezaré el Metal Gear en algún momento. Por cierto, el martes por la noche a las 10 vamos a estar haciendo cosillas en Discord. Entrar en el Discord y leerlo, ¿vale? Sé que no es la mejor hora porque el martes a las 10 de la noche pues muchos madrugáis y tal, pero es el rato que tengo esta semana y tengo que hacerlo esta semana, sí o sí. Ya os enteraréis en el Discord. Y bueno, lo iba a hacer sola, pero si me queréis acompañar, pues ahí estaré, ¿vale? Y bueno, buah, espero que no haya mucho nuevo setup, Alex. Espero que sea el mismo, porque no tengo yo para comprarme otro setup. Vamos a empezar de Forgotten City. Como os digo, es un juego de investigación, por lo que he estado viendo. Así que vamos a probar. Supongo que estará con textos en inglés, en español, pero voces no, imagino. Voy a poner títulos grandes, ¿vale? Para los que estáis... Me encanta que pongan controlar el tamaño de los textos de los subtítulos durante las conversaciones. Pequeño. El tamaño es pequeño. Recomendada para gente con buena visión o que esté cerca de la pantalla. Normal, tamaño versátil para el menor del caso. Grande, tamaño de texto grande para una lectura más fácil en televisiones o si están lejos de la pantalla. Muy grande, texto aún más grande. No me pone grande para los que estáis en el móvil, ¿vale? Uy, desenfoque en movimiento, no, por favor. Lo odio. Si es muy pequeño, lo pongo más grande. Buah, esto va a ser teclado y ratón. Lo normal. Vale. Para lo que estamos en la TV, pues lo veréis bien, Jordi, me imagino, ¿no? Y lo del Patreon, ¿para cuándo, Sin presiones, A final de año, chiqui. Es que tenemos que adelantar trabajo y a mí me coge 2 portadas en medio, una mudanza. Yo creo que el Patreon estará para final de año. En septiembre ya deberíamos de tener casi todo montado, así que imagino que por noviembre o así. Jordi, si ves que es muy pequeño, me avisas, ¿vale? Pues vamos a empezar. Si ves que se ven muy mal los subtítulos, muy pequeños, me avisáis, Que el juego está hecho por 3 personas durante 4 años. Es una aventura de misterio con múltiples finales. Se recompensa la exploración y la conversación, no la fuerza bruta. Tenemos un problema. Estoy jodidísimo.
Hey.
¡Hola! ¿Sigues con vida? Cuando te saqué del río, creía que no ibas a vivir.
A phone, maybe? I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Me estás diciendo... Gente, yo pensaba que... que era medieval. Y me ha buscado un teléfono. Mujer, claro que sí. Sí, morenita.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river?
A ver, a mí también me gustaría saberlo.
Remember?
¿Qué es lo último que recuerdas? Hostia, que puedo elegir trasfondo. Vale, estaba buscando unas ruinas antiguas. Y eso me da, debido a haber estudiado historia durante años, posees conocimientos sobre el mundo antiguo. O estaba en mitad de una misión encubierta. Tienes un arma de fuego del ejército, pero solo tienes 10 balas. Tendrás que utilizarlas con juicio, ya que no podrás conseguir más. Joder. Fugitivo. El tiempo que llevas huyendo de las autoridades ha hecho que tengas los pies ligeros. Corres un 25 más rápido. Uf. El golpe que te diste en la cabeza ha aumentado tu umbral del dolor y ahora es un 50% más difícil acabar contigo. A ver, entre escapando de la ley y... Es que ¿nos apetece ser arqueólogos? A mí me apetece ser una arqueóloga. Estoy muy Indiana Jones hoy. Voy a ser una arqueóloga.
Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think.
Creo que hay unas ruinas
I need
ahí,
you
son
to go in
romanas.
there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him. So I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him. If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. please?
Esta señora que me ha encontrado nadando moribunda en el agua, o sea, nadando no, moribunda en el agua, me está diciendo que vaya a por su amigo que está en unas runas romanas que están ahí atrás, porque a ella no puede ir. No me conoce usted de nada, señora. Me puedo estar muriendo. ¿Me puede llevar a un hospital en vez de darme el por culo este que me está usted dando? Primero te voy a hacer unas preguntas. Venga, va.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I just... What do you want to know?
¿Cuál es tu historia?
Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean?
Claramente es recepcionista. Hola, amigue. No me ha pasado. Normalmente a mí los domingos por el día no salgo, entonces no me pasan cosas. Hola, Voldifer. A ver, justo al principio del juego hay una pava que se ha encontrado a alguien flotando en el río y he perdido a uno en unas ruinas. Vaya fin de lleva, la verdad es que la mujer... A ver, porque no he sido yo la que... Porque yo soy la que está en el puto río moribunda, que si no me daría esta pena, ¿sabes?
Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all
no
the
me va a
same
decir
to
su
you.
nombre. Pues a lo mejor estoy un poco más sospechosa, ¿no?
All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey. It's just that
La gente no siempre reacciona
I
bien
don't
cuando me
always get the
presento.
best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
Todos esos memes sobre Karen ha destrozado el nombre, ¿eh? ¿Qué memes sobre Karen? Hola, cuerno. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué nombre sobre Karen? No he entendido el chiste. No sé lo que es una Karen. La verdad. Hola, Mordekainer y Roy, bienvenido. A las pijas insoportables se le llama Karen. Gracias, Dar, por traducírmelo al español. Tiene pinta de pija, la verdad que sí. Hola, Electro. Karen, loca del coño de USA. Vale. Gracias por salvarme la vida.
You're welcome. Always happy to help. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Yo es que la gente se mosquea porque me llamo Karen. Y yo me llamo Marta, ¿qué pasa?
He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here.
A ver, ¿me está
In any
qué?
case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is.
¿Me está diciendo que Al también se lo ha encontrado aquí moribundo en el agua y ha ido a las ruinas? ¿Esta señora está mandando a la gente a que se muera? Es que yo ya me estoy empezando a sospechar de que algo está pasando, ¿eh?
You really don't remember?
Estamos en
We're
Italia.
in Italy. This river is the Tiber. Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me.
¿Pero tú qué haces aquí, en la orilla del río?
Great. So you're ready to go look for Al? Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
Oye, ¿leéis bien los subtítulos? Porque no me voy a poner todo el rato a leer porque me quedo loquísima. ¿Los leéis bien o queréis que los ponga más grandes? Hola, Blue. Perdona, persona número 47, pero ¿podrías ir a buscar a una persona número 46 que fue a buscar a la persona número 45? Esto parece... Uy. El rendimiento un poco
The
regulinchi,
ruins
¿eh,
are
Karen?
just beyond those columns. Please, hurry.
El rendimiento un poco regulichi. Parece que estoy jugando a Skyrim. Hostia. Está guapo, ¿eh? Hola, Leonidas. Acabamos de empezar. Mira, la mochila de Al. Una mochila llena de ropa de senderismo gastada y paquetes de comida vacíos. No hay nada de valor, pero parece extraño que Al lo haya dejado atrás. No me la puedo robar, tío. No me dejan robar, no me dejan ir hardcore. Si lees esto, quiere decir que he descubierto la entrada a una antigua ciudad romana oculta en lo más profundo bajo tierra. Hace ya mucho que olvidamos su existencia y se perdió todo conocimiento sobre ella, excepto por esta inscripción en latín. Dice así: aquel que desee entrar en la ciudad, que dé un paso y se disponga a ser juzgado. El virtuoso debe ser recompensado con la vida eterna en el paraíso. Los malvados se verán cubiertos de oro, mas en vano, pues este será su lugar de descanso eterno. Desde Playa llegas a el follow.
Seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation or a warning. Alworth.
Alworth se llama. Hola, comando. Yo voy a poner los títulos más grandes, porque yo creo que no va a haber mucho cambio y alguno de vosotros va a ayudar. ¿Dónde estaban los subtítulos? Aquí. Yo no creo que sean mucho más grandes, así que... Coño, pues la entrada muy secreta no era, ¿eh? La entrada a la ciudad secreta es muy secreta. Pero si nada más que me he puesto encima y me he caído. O sea, ¿qué entrada secreta es esta? Hola, Frodo. Qué bien, has paseado. Esperarse que ha venido mi perro del paseo. Hola, Dani. Hola, Huerguita. Hola, Ellen. Ya está. Ay, qué bien. Ha paseado mi niño. A ver, te quité el collar. Muy bien. Ahora tengo el collar de estrella yo, aquí. Ya está. La entrada muy secreta no ha sido, ¿eh? Sinceramente. Que nada más que me he puesto ahí. Hostia, pero... os tengo que decir que vaya pedazo... Vaya pedazo de piscina, ¿no? Se agenciaban aquí en la ciudad secreta. Hostia, el reflejo del agua está perfecto. Qué bien. Se está moviendo... Señora, deje de mirarme, por favor. ¿Pero esto qué es? Sí, sí, me miran, pero me miran muchísimo, ¿eh? Que te enfoco, ¿eh? Yo, pero ¿cuántas piscinas hay aquí? Qué bien vivimos, ¿no? Un gladiador romano, cerca de su objetivo. ¿Qué pudo causar un gladiador huyese? Es como que la gente del pueblo es una estatua ahora, ¿no? ¿O qué? Son víctimas del rey Midas. Podría ser. Uf. Kurhixene. ¿Me podía hablar en español? Una joven romana, parece que suplica por su vida. A ver, ya no es un mod, ya es un juego, ¿eh? Yo lo estoy jugando en el Game Pass, ¿vale, gente? Hola, diosa Circe. Hola, Masitón, buen día. Bienvenidos al One Shot. Recordad que mañana no hay directo. El directo será el martes, con el día del indie. Un legionario romano en estado de terror. Bueno, tampoco lo veo yo. Hombre, la verdad sí que están como mirando aquí. Tía, se ve del carajo el juego, ¿eh? Sí que está teniendo unos bugs de que se ha pillado a Jim, pero... Está hecho por 3 personas, recordad. Este sí tiene cara de terror, míralo. Este sí está como... Una mujer romana que parece rezar por una ayuda que no llegará jamás. Perdone, señora, ya la he roto. Joder. No se me puede dejar sola. Coño. Este va vestido moderno.
Whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like
Hostia,
this.
que se ha suicidado.
She'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only 2 options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Vale. Pues básicamente el tío estaba aquí encerrado y solo podía o suicidarse, que veo que la gente que se muere aquí se convierte en oro, y o entrar en un portal que te hace viajar al pasado, pero que es como un bucle, que intentó arreglar las cosas pero no pudo. Vamos a ver qué pasa. Hola, no lo sabes. Hola, Cristian, buenos días. Ya te he tirado también. ¿Qué haces tú aquí? Una joven romana en estado de pánico. Estoy tirando a todo el mundo, es que... Queda muy poco. Un hombre romano de rodillas, como si pidiera clemencia a los dioses. Yo se ve del carajo esto, ¿eh? Vale, pues nada, vamos a hacer lo que el hombre me ha dicho que no haga, meterme en el portal. Hola, Nugget. La linterna no la puedo usar si esto es un portal al pasado, ¿no? Porque para empezar me van a decir... ¿Qué es eso? ¿Una linterna? Un relieve romano en el que están representados un gran portal redondo y 2 mujeres. Me pregunto quiénes serán. Averigua cómo volver a tu época original. Correcto. Bueno, ¿y si vivo aquí? Quiero decir... ¿Y si vivo en una ciudad romana antigua y ya está? La ropa. Hostia, pues no me veo. No sé qué ropa llevo. Va a ser una catástrofe. Hola, Nia. A ver qué me cuenta este señor calvo que me acabo de encontrar aquí.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius.
Me llamo
Mind
Galerio.
telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Me llamo Mari Carmen y vengo del futuro. Mira la cara. La cara que me está poniendo. Dame tu moto, tu chupa y tus gafas. ¿Que le miento? Me mira el Carbo sospechando, la verdad. ¿Cómo va a mirar? Si no había nadie, de pronto estaba yo ahí en plan, hola, ¿qué pasa? Si te pregunta, te llamas Marius Carmae para evitar sospecha. Sí, está un poco... A ver, es que si le digo, me llamo Mari Carmen y vengo del futuro, me van a encerrar, ¿sabes? Voy a preguntar,
Yeah, you
santuario.
know, agricultural goddess of springtime. You're not from around here, are you? Oh, I see what you did there, changing the subject like that. Nice try, but I'll ask again. Who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine?
Es que yo sé que este juego tiene varios finales y depende de lo que hagas, pues sacas un final u otro. Pero es que me dan unas ganas de decirle, me llamo Mari Carmen y vengo del futuro, que me estoy empezando... ¿Sabéis? Me llega un correo raro de Xbox, pero no era nada. Y te he traído lejía. Joder. Se parece, sí, se parece. ¿Hablas inglés?
What?
Hablo latín,
I'm speaking
igual
Latin.
que tú.
You are too, although your accent's a little strange. And you've just done it again. You're a sly one, aren't you? One more time. Who are you and what were you doing in that shrine?
Joder. Mira, yo voy siempre con la verdad por delante, así que soy Mari Carmen y vengo del futuro.
No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, you know, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here.
Ah, vale, gracias.
But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill
Oye,
you
¿por
in.
qué Galerio
So
tiene
then,
toda la mano
you
llena de
coming?
mierda?
Follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't
Galerio, tú
believe
te
there were
duchas.
people living
Galerio,
down
estás lleno
here.
de mierda, ¿eh?
But as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your pretty new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking her to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it, and her, if I were you. She's, it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without.
Pero está todo el mundo
flesh or
loco
bone.
aquí.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened
Yo,
to her.
mucha información,
Up
un
here on your
momento.
right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the Forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo.
Me está diciendo muchas cosas, estoy muy perdida ahora.
Just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Hilarious. You're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
A ver. Entonces, es una ciudad en donde viven 23 personas, pero contando las 3 que están desaparecidas, que no saben dónde están, porque de aquí no puede salir nadie. O sea, que toda esta gente viene de distintas épocas, igual que yo, ¿no? Porque como han llegado aquí, si no. Y Galerio es un granjero. Hay una tía que quiere derrocar al nota, que está para allá y es un poquito lasciva. Hay una vieja con los pelos in, que está loca. Y luego está el Horacio, que es para pegarle un guantazo. Ya sabemos por qué Galerio está sucio, porque trabaja en la granja. Hola, soy Sama, ¿qué tal? Mucha información, tío. Vale. ¿De qué va todo esto? Creo que el magisterio quiere verte de la regla de oro. No debería tardar. Tampoco vamos a las elecciones de hoy. Oye, y elecciones. La regla de oro, ¿qué coño es?
When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Row is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs?
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
Pero, ¿y esta señora que está ahí así? Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Qué tal? Hola, Feradel. Sí, está un poco... me está analizando.
I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that?
Porque estoy en la muda.
Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation?
Esta tía... habría que ahogarla en un charco.
You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing God who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent God would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving.
Esta no cree que haya un dios. Cree que el padre se lo está inventando para meter todo el mundo en cintura. Y ya ha desaparecido la hermana. O sea que...
I suppose we will. Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla.
Sencilla se llama la hermana.
Leave me alone. I don't know. Can you?
Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies?
En verdad puede ser que realmente la hayan matado, ¿sabes? Porque no se cometen crímenes. ¿Y tú qué sabes?
It was
Hace 3
weeks ago.
semanas se perdió.
We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy, in love. We went into our rooms. I went to sleep.
¿Y love de
When I
quién?
woke up,
Estaba enamorada, pero ¿de
She
quién?
was gone. That's it.
¿De quién?
I think so, yes. But she was very careful about
No lo
keeping his
contó.
identity a secret, even from me. Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans. I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he
Vale,
is,
tenemos que
he's
encontrar
still here in the city.
al novio de la que está perdido. Le voy a preguntar por qué se llaman todos iguales.
You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Sentilla.
Vale. Parece que no estás muy alterada por la desaparición de tu hermana. Hace un segundo la tía estaba, hijo de puta, mamón.
Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy. I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance.
No.
If
No
you
le voy a
must
tirar un
know,
farol nada más
I'm
llegar.
here because my father has forbidden me from leaving the villa. I couldn't bear to lose you too, he says, as if he loves me, and not because he needs at least one daughter he can trade off.
Bueno,
So you'll help me find her?
claro que sí, yo me encargo.
Thank you. You should probably take a look through her room. It's the one just by the front door. Maybe you'll find something the rest of us missed. Thank you.
Me voy a meter en unas marronas. Te voy a hablar con el nota primero, ¿no? Mira, el magistrado sencillo.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
Mari Carmen.
A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of Athena. You must be a woman of great learning.
Soy muy culta porque soy
We're
arqueóloga.
always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago.
Es preciosa.
Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights.
Eso es
no
imposible.
theft, nothing.
O sea, una
Have you ever
Una
witnessed something
ciudad
so
sin pecados,
extraordinary as a city without sin?
no sé, sin peleas, sin robo, nada, no se lo cree nadie.
Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying.
Hola, Iggy.
If even one person commits a sin here, every last
Con
one
que
of
una
us
sola persona cometa
will
un
die.
pecado aquí, moriremos
You
todos.
see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, the many shall suffer for the sins of the one. From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold.
Hombre, la verdad es que yo los vi a todos en oro antes.
The golden rule. It's
Así
extraordinary
que...
that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and
Así
more
que tiene
afraid
razón, alguien la lió.
our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the golden rule. Why else would Proserpina send
¿Cómo?
you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please,
Vale, me está diciendo
ask away.
que alguien va a cometer un pecado y por eso estoy yo aquí. Que le tengo que tengo que ayudarle a que no nos transformemos todos en oro. Vale. Me voy a poner la manta que estoy cogiendo frío antes de que la que cometa el pecado vaya a ser yo. Por robo, seguramente. Me conozco. Sé de por dónde... De estos cojeos. ¿Cómo se dice? ¿De qué pie cojeo? Probablemente... robé pan o alguna mierda. Oh, yo qué sé, yo tengo mucho frío, Cristian. Antes me quería ya robar la mochila y no empezar el juego.
An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or
Claro,
to
es que
some
delito,
other ill-defined
bueno.
wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and
Ni robar
certainly
ni
no
asesinar.
murder.
Ok.
But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before
Entonces ni
seen.
cuerno,
And we must honor the peace of the gods,
ni mentir.
the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect
Qué
that
difícil
we
va a
may
ser esto.
prosper as we
¡Nayamon!
advance the centuries.
Guapísimo, bienvenido. Creo que no es muy buena idea. Lo que es legal no siempre es moral. Y muchas de vuestras leyes y costumbres son consideradas primitivas de donde vengo. Yo le voy a decir que tiene sentido todo.
I'm glad you agree. The key things to remember are that we have laws forbidding treason
Vale,
and blasphemy,
traición, blasfemia,
murder,
asesinato,
assault, and
asalto,
rape,
violación,
as well as theft and arson and so on.
latrocinio,
I have made my
piromancia.
pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them. if
No
I
puedo
were you.
quemar cosas. Pero joder. ¿Qué querías decir cuando dijiste que me había enviado Proserpina?
You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back.
A tope, Diamond, pásatelo
And
muy
when
bien
I
con el
saw you
demonia.
arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person
Vale,
was
este
you.
sí sabe que vengo del futuro.
You don't belong in our time. Do you?
Hola Rebe, hola Bortur.
2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us, of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times. But it still breaks my
Yo voy a ir
heart
con la verdad
to
por
hear the
delante.
truth
Me han
of
dicho que no puedo mentir, que es pecado. Así que...
All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly.
¿Cómo?
The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future?
Existe la verdad y la verdad. Es correcto, ya veremos. Me está diciendo que el ritual que ha hecho para que yo llegue hasta aquí le mata. Y ya está.
I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you? Well, I suppose that's all I
Lo haré
can
lo mejor
ask.
que pueda. Estaba en mi casa y me habéis traído aquí.
Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though. Unless,
Vale,
of
tengo
course,
que
you get
empezar
off on
con
a
buen
wrong
pie
foot.
para hablar con la gente para que me cuenten sus cosas.
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
Vale.
So you know about that already.
Le pregunto por la pérdida de su hija.
It's a devastating loss, of course, but that was over 3 weeks ago, and whatever happened to her, it didn't break the golden rule, so I don't think it's connected with our imminent demise. Still, if you happen to find her and return her to me, I would be eternally grateful.
Vale. Dime cómo puedo saber que tú no eres la persona responsable.
Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you. I'm about to sacrifice my own life
Por
to
si acaso
ensure
te pregunto.
these people have a second chance. What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people? I'm glad you
Buena
think so.
observación.
Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen.
Pero si te he dicho que voy a dar la vida por esta gente. Vale, dime lo que piensas de verdad.
Well, all right. There
Hay
are
gente que
those
quiere
who
votar
wish
para
to
echarme
vote
del
me
puesto
out
y
of
así
office
perseguir sus
so that they
retorcidos
can
planes
pursue their
políticos.
own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you.
Vale.
If I understand Prosepina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin
Si
that
consigue
breaks
detener
the
el pecado
golden
que
rule,
rompa la regla de
I
oro,
won't need
no
to
tendré que
bring you
traerte
here.
hasta aquí, ni crear
I
el
won't
portal.
create the
Y
portal,
tampoco habrás
and you
podido
will
llegar a
never
este
have been
lugar.
able to
Vale.
come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
Pues sí.
Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the golden rule? Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave.
Vale, me
Figure
autoriza
out
al
who the
allanamiento.
culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back
Lo ha
and
dicho
tell
él,
me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Vale, voy a decir, veré lo que puedo hacer. Porque no quiero que me marque lo... Quiero hacer... Quiero... ¿Me ha dicho? A ver. Me ha dicho que tengo... Que puedo hacer lo que me dé la gana, ¿no? ¿No? Me ha dicho, puedes entrar en las casas ajenas. A ver, quiero ver esta. Un tintero cerámica. La tinta parece estar hecha hollín y agua. Vamos a ver si sabemos. Averiguamos quién es el novio de la tía. Un perfume. Que no puedo robar, gente. Que no puedo robar. No. No. Además es que no me ve nadie. Podría robarme todo el dinero. Ay, Dios. No he podido leer la mierda esta. Se me ha ido muy rápido. Vale, la nota decía que iba a escapar la chavala. ¿Puedo verlo? Okay. Sencilla, hija de Sensi y Sencia, que clemencia te dé fuerzas para perdonarme. Siento tener que dejarte así, pero he encontrado la manera de escapar y tengo que aprovechar esta oportunidad. Espero que podamos encontrarnos en el futuro. Ok. Se lo voy a decir. Lo que esto... Trataré de guiarte.
What have you discovered? What? Really? I swear, I searched her room top to bottom and never saw that.
¿No miraste debajo de la almohada?
How I could have missed it. Strange, but well done, I suppose.
Que estaba debajo de la almohada, ¿eh?
But it's odd. It was only a few months ago that Sentilla's friend Yulia let slip she was planning an escape of her own. And yet, Yulia's still here. You should go and speak with her. Find out if she knows anything. She lives in the villa next door.
Vale, tengo que hablar con la amiga de la tía. Yo digo que el juego lo han hecho 3 personas. De momento me está gustando bastante. Es un juego de investigación, ¿vale? No es un juego de acción y cosas así. Pero, joder, está guapo. A mí es que me gustan estas clases de juegos. ¿El Horacio está haciendo sus flexiones diarias? ¿Hola?
What were you two talking about?
Disculpa, ¿quién eres?
Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. If he's making a last-ditch effort to pick up votes by talking to a woman, he's even more senile than I thought. Everyone knows women can't vote.
¡Oh! No puedo votar, tío. Gracias por la calurosa bienvenida. Tengo que irme. Hijo de puta. No, hombre.
What else would you be murmuring about on election day? Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it?
¿Qué me ha dicho el nota? Que me lleve bien con la gente y no me metan problemas. ¡Buf! Tengo un problema porque quiero decirle que es gilipollas. Voy a portarme bien, por lo menos al principio.
Good, then stay out of it. Nobody likes cap-at-murday foreigners interfering in an election. Can't hurt. The name's Domitius.
Me llamo Domicio.
You want to get to Malleolus? You go through me. Too bad. He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you could
Que le
afford
tengo que
it.
pagar para que me deje hablar.
I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return.
¿No es pecado pedir sobornos?
Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more of a tribute to me, your soon-to-be patron. Dunno. Something good. Just make it good. When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see.
Ah, por cierto, ya que ha puesto ahí el enlace de Pamplin, Diego, mañana, bueno, creo que es esta noche a partir de las 12, van a empezar unas ofertas todo guapas en Pamplin. Y ya sabéis que con mi código tenéis unos calcetines gratis. Así que estar atentos, ¿eh?
I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected. He's going to announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait and see.
Que va a quitar la regla de oro.
Because if I tell you, and it gets out, it'll give old man Sentius a chance to interfere in our plans. And we can't have that. Old man Sentius got you already, did he? Well, I'm not talking to people in his faction. Confatuare.
Pero que yo no quiero ayudarte. Sigue ahí haciendo dominadas.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Perdón, me he equivocado.
Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do
Aníbal,
everything
¿quién
now?
coño es Aníbal?
So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground, and hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie, I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed, and it was eating Hannibal. What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the others.
Me ha dicho que hay una criatura que se ha comido a un señor mayor. No me lo creo.
Without a weapon? Well, it's your funeral.
Bueno, vengo luego. Vengo luego por si acaso. ¿Esto quién es?
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you.
Porque todas las tías son iguales en este sitio.
To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask,
Perdón, es que vengo de
"What
otro
is your
sitio.
story?"
Soy nueva. Eirón, bienvenido. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué debería haber hecho?
The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a...
Vale, es una sacerdotisa. Es una sacerdotisa y hay que hacer pues como unas mierdas, ¿no? Para conocerla, pero le cayó en gracia porque soy simpática, claro que está. ¿Cómo he llegado hasta aquí?
I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here?
¿Yo? Una joven llamada Karen me sacó de un río inconsciente y me llevó hasta aquí.
Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you? Older. I see. I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others?
Es que se parece mucho a Karen.
I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns. I know. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too.
¿Quién es Livia?
Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the golden rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you?
Qué cosa más rara, ¿no?
Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth and come back to me if you discover any patterns. I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us, one way or another. I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particularly concerned with our misdeeds, as long as we've kept the peace of the gods.
Qué raro todo, ¿no?
Blessings for good health, bountiful harvest, military victory, and in return, we offer praise, wine, incense, or animals. But here, it seems they require much more of us. I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our great poet Ovid in his epic Metamorphoses. Would you like to hear it? It is rather long.
Es larga. ¿Qué hacemos? ¿Le decimos que sí o que me haga un resumen? Yo le voy a decir que si hay una versión corta.
I suppose so. Jupiter and Mercury put a town to the test by disguising themselves as vagrants and asking for shelter there. Everyone turned them away and failed that test, except for an old couple named Baucis and Philemon, and so the gods gave them time to escape and granted them a wish, and then wiped that town off the map.
¿En serio?
Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship, the reciprocal obligations owed between hosts and guests. But I like to think it's that we should always show compassion for those less fortunate than ourselves.
Básicamente, me va a contar la historia como dos dioses se hicieron pasar por vagabundos, nadie le echó puto cuenta, menos dos viejos, entonces salvaron a esos viejos y explotaron la ciudad. Vale, yo le voy a decir que estoy de acuerdo, que hay que ser buena gente y ya está.
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask?
¿Quién puede votar? Todos los hombres que quieran. O sea que yo no puedo votar.
That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me either. There are some women who can vote. Vestal priestesses like
vale, las sacerdotisas vestales sí pueden votar. Pero no va a votar porque es tonta.
I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything
Hola, Aitor, ¿qué tal?
Independent, but if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election. By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course.
Uy, me está diciendo que si enseño las tetas puedo hacer que la gente vote a quien yo quiera. ¿Pero esto qué es?
I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed.
Pero vamos a ver, señora, por favor.
You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination.
Puedo nombrar a otro.
As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason.
No tengo razón.
As you wish. Certainly. And did you notice anything? A pat? Oh, keep asking people how Livia.
Vale.
Come back.
Ya está. Tenemos que seguir haciendo otras las quests. Y yo, pero ¿por qué me está hablando? ¡Ay! Que no puedo robar, tío. Me está poniendo muy nerviosa no poder ejecutar mi derecho a robo en este juego, ¿eh? Vale, pues me voy por ahí. Este es el mercado, ¿no? Pero hay un montón de gente ya transformada en oro, ¿eh?
Salve.
Vale, persona desconocida.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. You arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death? I wish we could have met under better circumstances.
Es el Ken de la Barbie y además habla raro, ¿eh?
Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people. That kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
Yo sí, soy arqueólogo.
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek.
¿Qué has hecho? No, no hace falta.
Que se me ha olvidado cortar. ¿Seguro?
Seguro.
Si te sueltas, me llama y...
Pero llévate a ese. Gracias. Mientras hay una tortilla. ¿Yo qué coño voy a tener? Yo no tengo una camiseta del Betty. Si no me gusta el fútbol. Me han traído una tortilla. Pues habría ido a comprar entonces. Algún sitio que está abierto. Tiene acento alemán. Coño, pues dice que es de Roma. Me está diciendo que hay
It could
un...
mean
sí, hay
that the
un...
Romans who first started building here were just copying Greek architecture, which they do all the time. Or it could mean that they were Greeks living
Eso,
and worshipping
que a lo
here
mejor hay
before the
aquí un
Romans
griego.
arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell.
A ver, eso no se puede hacer, Virgilio, hijo.
Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm.
Hombre, la verdad que una cosa loquísima, ¿eh?
Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible.
Perdón.
But you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it. You mean the great temple?
No tengo como muchas misiones, me estoy agobiando.
A bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is
Vale, que no
obvious.
tienen un dios claro
But in
el
this
templo.
case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one
Hola, alma de
responsible for the
Feni.
golden rule?
Hola,
Unless
Logar.
somebody figures out
Ojalá
a
me
way
diga lo del
inside.
batisterio romano,
I
alguna
suppose
vieja.
we'll never know. Of course. You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the golden rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway. Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Novio Magus, and learned to expect a bit of hostility. They weren't nearly as tolerant as the Romans.
Vale, ¿qué opinas de la regla de
Some people
oro?
say it's divine, the
Hola,
work
Loen.
of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference.
Es que a lo
Do
mejor
you?
viene de... Es que a lo mejor viene nota de Alemania. Y nos miente, ¿sabes? Que este juego va de eso. Loen, hoy es el día del one shot. No es que sea nueva serie, es que me paso el juego entero. Yo no lo
Fair
sé.
enough. Oh, it means someone thinks I'm a sinner, and that I'm going to break the golden rule.
Que a lo mejor has pecado, ¿eh? Cuéntame.
Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my
¡Hostia!
preference for
¡Qué
male
gay!
company.
¡Hostia, qué gay! Y por eso creen que... Bueno, pero este tío lleva aquí tiempo y ha sido gay todo el rato.
Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am.
Hombre, sí, lo romano era mucho más comprensivo.
I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong.
¿Y los griegos? Y los griegos más todavía.
It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten
Dame una
notes
nota,
too.
que voy a
The
mirar la
strange thing
caligrafía.
is,
En plan
I keep
6.
my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done
Pobrecito.
to upset
10
this
años
person.
fingiendo que no es gay y encima
I'd
los
say
tíos son
it's
feos.
probably
Qué
one
asco.
of those cultists.
¿Que hay un... ¿Cómo? ¿Que hay una secta?
Strange bunch. They insist there's only one God, and that he considers my nature as sin.
¿Pero qué de cosas están pasando
Can
en
you
este
believe
juego?
that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule.
Pues esperemos que no, porque si no...
What? Really?
Hombre,
didn't expect
pobrecito. Qué
But
putado.
thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start
Ahora
by
me siento
figuring
mal
out
por
who
no
the
haberme hecho un
cultists
hombre
are.
guapo y hermoso
Or
para
maybe
este
ask
señor.
around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused.
Vale. ¿A quién vas a votar?
Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision.
Pero es que... ¿Y si nos morimos?
My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking.
Vale.
Nice to talk to you.
Quiere votar Maleo. Pero vamos a ver. Yo ya sé, porque yo vengo del futuro. Yo vengo del futuro. Y yo ya sé que la regla se cumple. Porque todo el mundo se transforma en pecador. Porque todo el mundo está convertido en oro. De donde yo vengo. Entonces la regla de que te transformen en oro sí que existe. Por lo tanto... Muy mal. ¡Hola, calapetines! Básicamente el juego trata, para los que estáis llegando ahora, como Chimi, guapo. El juego trata de encontrar a quién va a pecar, quién va a cometer un delito de... quién va a ser un pecador. Porque si hay un pecador, nos morimos, básicamente.
Salve.
¿Tú quién eres?
Salve, stranger.
Y hay que conocer a todo el mundo para ver quién es.
I'm Dacius.
Soy Decio.
Terrible shame what happened to Julia. But we just have to carry on, don't we?
Pero no me han dicho que le ha pasado a Lulia. ¿No?
You mean, how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale.
Oigámosla.
All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave. Fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing through a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
Me hago la sorprendida de que este hombre salvó a la esclava en vez de su dinero, o que salvó su dinero en vez de a la esclava. Ha salvado su carreta, que sí.
The girl? Weren't you listening? All my valuables or the girl? I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because
Qué simpático eres, ¿eh? Decio.
And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin.
Es una tortilla de estas del Mercadona, de calentarla.
Thank you, friend. But
O sea,
it turns out
no
it
sé
might
si
have
del
been a stroke
Mercadona,
of
la
good
verdad.
fortune,
La
because
tortilla.
this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here.
Este tío es un cabrón. Este tío es un cabrón de mierda.
I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking. It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk.
Vale, quiere un arco.
Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet.
Este tío es un zorro, ¿eh? Está prohibido las armas y quiere que le traiga un arma. Le voy a decir que se vaya a la mierda.
No need to decide on anything yet. Just sleep on it, yeah?
Es un mierda. ¿Sabes quién está amenazando a Virgilio?
I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw something. She was headed to the baths not long ago.
Vale, hay que conseguir hablar con Flavia.
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us? Not going to happen. Very well. Another time.
Estoy intentando conseguirle votos al otro, ¿sabes? Hola, Holly. Gracias. Estoy aquí comiendo algo. Oye, la panadería está vacía, ¿eh? Madre mía. Creo que me hablan las estatuas.
Help! You have to do something.
¿Qué dice?
A man arrived in the baths.
Real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon.
¿Cómo?
You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
¿Y yo qué voy a hacer?
Are you serious? This is an emergency. Are you going to help or not?
Joder, quería que me dijeras eso.
Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide.
¡Hola, Tryhard!
Find his empty
Hace mucho que
shrine
no te
when it's
veía.
over. Hear what? What? We don't have time for this. I have to go. Ugh.
Se va a morir Fabia, ¿eh?
Shrine is collapsing.
¡Espera, espera! ¡Muerto! ¡Se estudiara! ¡Muchas gracias por esos 10 mesitos! Esperarse que se ha muerto. Voy a intentar que no se muera.
Help! You have to do something.
Me pondré con ello.
Thank you. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
Vale, le voy a decir.
What? We don't have time for this. I have to go. Ugh.
Ah, se muere igualmente. No puedo hacer nada. ¡Hola, Sara! Espero que te vayan bien los estudios. Pues la persona que me podía contar quién es el acosador del otro acaba de fallecer.
Oh God, she's dead. Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her. Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl. I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, I mean. She walked into that empty shrine, and the next moment she is lying dead under a pile of rubble. The gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me. I'm sorry, friend. It's not right for me to lay my burden upon you. I can't believe she is dead. The gods are cruel and unjust.
Va, no me deja hacer nada. Hola, Camilo. Pues mira, básicamente vengo del futuro a esta ciudad escondida romana. Y hay una ley en esta ciudad que es la ley del oro. Significa que si cometes algún acto, algún pecado, como robar, asesinar, pues ser infiel, traicionar, sobornar, se transforma la gente en oro, todos, ¿vale? Nosotros venimos del futuro y obviamente la gente se ha transformado en oro porque lo hemos visto. Entonces, el magistrado de la ciudad nos ha encargado averiguar quién va a pecar, porque seguramente va a pecar a alguien ya y nos va a matar a todos. Y mientras pues estoy conociendo a la gente y pues haciendo pues... Y me hablan las estatuas. Aquí sé que venía un tío armado.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
La verdad es que no, caballero, pero no puede cometer usted un asesinato, nos morimos.
I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood?
Entendido.
Thank you. Now tell me,
Es buenísimo porque él no lo sabe, pero no podemos ni matar, ni mentir, ni nada. Entonces estoy como...
A small community. I was told Quintius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery.
Vamos a ver, que no somos sectarios.
Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your
Este ha llegado nuevo, no se ha enterado de nada.
Indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quintius did, those days are numbered. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret? So you admit you're not allowed to leave.
No es que no nos dejen irnos, es que físicamente es imposible, no hay salida.
Threatening me is not going to help you, but in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a...
¡Pero, señor asesino! ¡No me está usted escuchando!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe? A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this.
No está saliendo bien, ¿eh?
Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues? You lot are practicing human sacrifice to
¡Que no!
keep people disgusted.
¿Qué no estás entendiendo?
Of course you'd say that, but that's what your kind do, isn't it? Our God.
¡Señor asesino! ¡Atiéndame!
The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination,
¡No!
the mantra, the human sacrifice.
No está enterándose de nada, gente.
There's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such
No está entendiendo.
They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself.
No se dice así, gracias por ese pedazo de Prime.
Do not waste it.
Muchas gracias por ese pedazo de Prime. Muchas gracias por apoyar mi canal chiquito. Ha salido todo como yo quería, ¿eh?
Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man.
Es un hombre
with
mayor.
Distinctive eyes, one green
Uno
and
verde y
one
otro azul.
blue.
No lo
He's
conozco.
also known to have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burned
Oye, ¿verdad? Ese
half
tío está
of
aquí.
Rome to the ground
Pero no lo
and
conozco.
killed thousands in the process.
Hostia, mira. Como me he hecho arqueóloga, me han dado esta opción. Voy a tirar por aquí. Total, ya me va a matar. O sea.
Who are you to challenge what the Emperor says? Were you there? Do you have spies and scouts all over Rome like he does?
Me mata.
No, you do not. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me where he is or not?
Es que a ver. Es que no sé quién es.
Then you're of no use
Me mata.
to me. Do you have any last words?
Jesucristo. A ver, hay que pensarlo, ¿eh? Por última vez. No soy miembro de ninguna secta. No me va a creer porque hasta ahora no me ha creído. Dijiste que no me matarías si decías la verdad. Es un asesino. Mentir es parte de su trabajo. Tampoco vamos a ir por ahí, ¿eh? Jesucristo. Eres idiota. Él no sabe ni quién es Jesucristo, así que tampoco es un problema. Si disparas esa flecha, toda esta gente morirá. Esa opción es buena. No sabes lo que te espera. Esa es como una amenaza. En plan... No puede ser, me va a matar. Y el en serio es como un vacile. Entonces estoy entre esta y esta. Le voy a decir lo de la flecha por si se pone nervioso, ¿vale? A ver si vale.
Well, I'd say that's rather convenient since I was planning.
Claro, esa era la otra opción que yo no había barajado. Que le dé exactamente igual.
Shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Vale. Vale. Me voy. Me ha puesto ahí que no es el fin. Que siga el magistrado y ya está. Vamos a ver qué pasa. No ve... ¿por aquí no es? Ah, pero me he muerto igualmente por suicidio. Me he muerto. O sea que... Pues bueno, mi primer encontronazo con alguien no ha salido bien. Podría pasar. Que sí, que te vas a morir, que ya está. Y es otra cosa.
None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the only one in the city. You'll just have to improvise.
¡Ah, claro!
Thank you. What?
Se muere la señora. ¿Qué tal, Dungeon? A ver, no he sido buena hablando. Tenemos otra oportunidad para intentar convencer al tío de que no soy mala gente. Voy a guardar partida ahora.
Fabia, no!
Fabia, no!
Oh God, she's dead. Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her. Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl. I can't. The gods.
Vale. Venga, gente. Podemos conseguirlo. Convencer al tío de que no somos... Segundo round.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quintius Crispus.
No conozco a nadie.
So, is that a... Thank you. Now tell me.
Le voy a decir, ¿por qué no bajas el arco? Y voy a saber por tú mismo.
Oh, how very welcoming of you. You want me to let my guard down, is that it? I was told Quintius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult. Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping, but always sneaking off to your... The Emperor may have tolerated...
Estoy diciendo lo mismo, puede que el emperador... ¡No somos sectarios!
But if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret?
Voy a decir, sigo buscando una salida.
So you admit you're not allowed to leave?
Estamos igual, tío.
Not going to help you, but in any case,
es imposible.
That sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe?
Le van a decir porque es cierto.
You've clearly been indoctrinated into this knowledge.
Nada, no te está en lo suya.
Where did you lot have practiced?
Le voy a decir, estás transgiversando todo lo que estoy diciendo.
Yes, yes, because I'm the real villain here. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary. What? However, you still...
¡Es imposible! Le voy a decir... ¿Qué quieres? ¿Oro? ¡Pues llévatelo!
Gold? I don't care about gold. You don't seem to understand. The only thing I care about is carrying out my duty.
Que quiere matar al Quicio como sea.
Quintius. I have spent many exhausting months tracking this arsonist through cities and villages, roads and forests, bribing stubborn travelers and peasants for leads. At times, I was so bone-tired I could have sworn I'd approached the brink of death. But still, day and night,
Ay, encima me ha tenido que tocar el asesino que no quiere dinero. Que,
so, you see, I know he's
que es honrado.
Turning back is not an option, and right now, the only thing standing between me and my triumphant return to Rome.
Mira que había putos asesinos.
So, for the last time, are you going to tell me where he
en
is,
este
or
mundo,
do I have to put an arrow in you and ask the next person I meet? Then you're of no. Do you have any last words?
Creo que voy a decir, Jesucristo, eres idiota.
Aha, I knew it. Now it's my turn to tell you something. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every last one of you wretched degenerates. And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
¡Tonto! ¡Están matando a todos! Pero... ¡no! Voy a ver qué pasa, porque ese tío no se convence con nada, ¿eh? Hola, Mausan. No puede ser.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Me llamo Mari Carmen y ya hemos tenido esta conversación.
I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life.
Tu nombre es Galerio y estás a punto de ofrecerme a llevarme a ver a Asensio para que te hable de la regla de oro.
Oh, I guess how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
Eso es nuevo.
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe.
No me jodas, que voy a tener que volver atrás en el... O sea, voy a tener que repetir para desbloquear cosas.
Right. See you around.
Hostias. Esta es la loca.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
Joder. Dame un segundito, gente, que voy a llevar la tortilla que me ha sobrado para allá. Y me voy a traer una Coca-Colita o algo porque esto va para largo. Esto va para largo. Ya vengo. Ya estoy por aquí. Me pongo la mantita y seguimos. Hola, Cirosor. Sí, estamos en el día de la marmota. Madre mía, esto va a ser una locura, gente. Esto va a ser una locura. Lo que el asesino sigue ahí. Es que claro, ahora entiendo cosas, porque si vamos a viajar en el tiempo, puedo salvar a Flavia, porque le puedo decir que no coja, que no se vaya al templo ese, ¿sabes? Esta es la que se ha vuelto loca.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives.
La casa del gobernante de las profundidades, otros continúan con su labor, imitando sus vidas pasadas.
They never do. There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. Help me? You cannot help me. I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. The bloodless shadows. This is their punishment. You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant.
Ya está, no me dice nada. Hay que averiguar por qué está loca del coño, ya está.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia,
Intentaré ayudarte. O sea, hay algo que me va a estar intentando echar... por eso me dijo antes, ¿no? No. Yo voy a ser transformado mucha gente en oro. Eso quiere decir que ya pecaron antes y ahora tienen que pecar. Hostia, pero es que tenemos que repetir todo. Espérate un momento.
On your best behavior, I trust. What is it, citizen? I'm a legionary of the 1st Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man.
Yo creo que recuerda los
keeping an
looks.
eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others. And making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing all right for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it.
Hostia,
My commander
pobrecito.
sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl and pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then...
Es que hay un montón de fuego. La ciudad se está yendo a la mierda y te roban. Pobrecito, tío.
But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose. Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labor does the body. That said, Centilla's disappearance has been more difficult than I'd care to admit.
Uy, ¿por qué?
What business is that of yours? A lot of people have been looking for her. But it's been 3 weeks, and we've found nothing. What makes you think you can do better?
Porque soy Mary Carmen.
I suppose that's true. Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. I admit.
Hostia, claro, ahora entiendo lo de liarla con la gente. Como hay luz, o sea, tú la lías y dices, no pasa nada. Te tiras por el DS y ya está.
But none of them will tell me anything. You might fare better though, I suppose. Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. If anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia, or Domitius. You might...
Vale.
Fine. He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that. I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation.
Este me cae bien, el Horacio buena gente.
Calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested. I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
Vale, me va a decir quién ha venido a ver a... Aurelia, tabernera. Dice que sabe cómo salir de aquí. Domicio. Es el gilipollas de allí, vale. Plebeyo, incapaz de trabajar. Es incapaz de trabajar. Está preso en el almacén, mira como yo. Quesicia, el sacerdotisa. Fabia, panadera. Galerio, granjero. Georgio, mercader de ropa. Aníbal, se supone que está muerto porque el otro ha dicho que se lo comió un bicho. Desaparecido. Sierva por deudas a Maleolo. Livia, la peluquera, se niega a trabajar. Como yo. Lucrecia, enfermera. No se puede trabajo, prestar dinero. No se puede confiar en él. Naevia, se ha encerrado en el palacio. Octavia, limpieza. Rufio, es muy nervioso. Sencilla. Sencilla y sencilla, desaparecida. Ulpio. Arquitecto, el que es Virgilio. Claro, te lo devolveré mañana. Si eso. Hola, Luffy. Ecos, no sé si te he saludado, pero bienvenido.
Of course. Well, as I always say, it's kind of like a divine
mañana,
version
si
of the practice
eso.
of decimation in the Legion. By threatening to execute 1 in 10 men, the idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like 100-eyed Argus, wouldn't you? Because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. Makes us all responsible for keeping each other in check.
¡Kino!
Of course.
Guapa tú, muchas gracias por estos 11 mesitos de Prime. Estamos hoy de día de one shot probando The Forgotten City, bueno, probando y terminándonos por The Forgotten City. Y la verdad que me está sorprendiendo, esto de los viajes en el tiempo me cruje un poco la mente, pero está guapo, Es que está muy guapo porque no puedes hacer nada malo en el juego. O sea, no puedes insultar, no puedes robar, no puedes asesinar, no puedes... Entonces yo me siento cohibida, ¿sabes? Porque a mí me gusta todo eso. Entonces estoy como... Pues charlando. No ha salido bien. Cada vez que alguien mata a alguien, o que alguien te mata a ti, o cualquier cosa, o roba, o lo que sea, nos transforman a todos en estatuas de oro. Y empiezo de nuevo. Yo me acuerdo de que ya los conozco y de lo que ha pasado, pero ellos no. Entonces estoy como en un bucle temporal para que nadie haga nada malo. Es buenísimo. Tony, gracias por ese pedazo de follow. Estoy aprendiendo de mis errores, vacilando a la gente sabiendo que se van a olvidar de mí.
A war crime. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? As Cicero said, in times of war the law falls silent.
Yo voy a decir que estoy de acuerdo.
Good. Perhaps we'll make a legionary out of you yet.
Está todo estupendo.
What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers in arms, and those memories will always visit me in my sleep.
La vida es dura. Ya está. Se resume, Horacio resume todo lo que pasa en La vida es dura.
As with the golden rule, I don't have any control over it. So railing against it would be like trying to stop the seasons or the tides. As Seneca the Younger wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or
Qué filosófico es el legionario este.
Rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient.
Me da mucha pena que no haya encontrado. Eso, oye, eso quiere decir que el que le robó el collar que le iba a dar a su mujer está aquí también, ¿eh?
If you like. Not that it's any of your business. But my loyals,
vale, va a votar al bueno.
I don't see Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies. The man's a savage.
Oye, pero mentir, sobornar, se puede, porque si no nos habríamos muerto ya.
Sentius knows about it, of course. But he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that slaves at the helm.
Vale.
I appreciate the thought. But you're new here. And I just
La sacerdotisa Sam ha dicho que si enseño las tetas puedo cambiar votos.
In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings.
Yo confío.
All right. Please keep an eye out for
Hola,
anything that
María.
might lead us to Centilla.
¿Tantas horas llevo yo de directo? 2 ya. Dios mío. Se me pasa la tarde, ¿eh? Este juego he visto que dura 6 horitas, pero yo no le veo duración de 6 horitas, ¿eh? Yo estoy aquí.
Whatever are you wearing?
Esta, cada vez que la veo me dan ganas de ahogarme en un charco.
I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians. Oh, you... What? Really? I swear, I searched her room top to bottom. But you should go...
Vale, nada. Le voy a decir lo del bucle temporal a este señor.
We're finally alone. I assume you... We have?
Sí,
Wait,
ya hemos hablado
if I
antes de
understand
esto.
Correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here. I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume...
Sí, he fracasado, sí.
And you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened?
¿Qué ha pasado?
Ah, I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and
Es que este hizo
and do better next time. Now, I assume you've sought me out again for a reason.
Este hizo como un ritual y se va a morir por haberlo hecho. Hola, Jevita. Aquí todos tienen cara de haber tenido una operación fuerte. ¿Sabes? Le voy a decir...
Of course. What is it? Why then
Voy a
did you
investigar
say,
más.
It looks like you'll have to continue your... Ask them. Good.
No me queda nada.
Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name. Though
Hostia, Sexto Sensio Imperioso. Vaya nombre guapo, ¿eh?
I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome.
Vaya nombre guapo, gente.
Helping protect civilization from the barbarians. It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent.
¿Habéis visto lo que ha dicho? Normalmente voy con una toga, pero como hoy es el día del bucle, pues me he puesto la armadura para aguantar por si acaso.
My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving.
Han llegado todos por el agua,
Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest. I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead.
Bueno.
Very well. I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people. Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy,
Oye, el juego está guapo, ¿eh?
greed and hubris. I trust that answers your question. If I did, I'd have led these... Thank you.
Está guapo porque no me esperaba lo de los viajes en el tiempo. Me ha pillado todo desprevenida, ¿eh? Necesito el arco del nota que me va a asesinar. Voy a hablar con la sacerdotisa. Que todo el mundo ha dicho lo del río, ¿eh? Ve contracorriente. ¿Dónde está la sacerdotisa, coño? ¡Sacerdotisa! ¿No está? ¿Dónde está? Estaba aquí. Os prometo que estaba ahí. Me la tengo curiosidad por ver si robo.
On your best behavior, I trust.
Está aquí.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To watch
Alguien nuevo, no nos conocemos.
Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come
No
to
sé por
the
qué me lo estás
person.
contando, pero has acudido a la persona correcta. Yo quería saber lo del patrón. ¿Por qué será? No sé. La puta, alguna persona ha mencionado un río.
Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else?
Esto es todo, de momento.
There are definitely some common
Vale.
threads. Keep asking people how they
Vale.
Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind.
Ok, venga,
Come back.
vámonos. Dios, guapo.
Keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
As always, priestess.
Uy, estos
Any
dos.
news about Scintilla, Navia, or Kabash?
No sign of any of them, I'm afraid.
Estos dos
Strange
tienen
woman.
un lío.
Pretty though. Funny accent too.
A traveler from a faraway land, then?
Seems that way.
Me ha dicho que soy
Then
bonita.
let's make sure she feels welcome, shall we?
Of course, priestess.
Le voy a tocar culo.
What now?
No me ha
All
dejado.
right. Please.
A ver. Quiero preguntar a gente por la niña. Pero no quiero volver a ir a donde el asesino que que me va a matar ya otra vez. Aquí hay un tío. No lo conozco. Entonces, si echan un corchete a la sacerdotisa del legionario, ¿se consideraría lujuria? Yo creo que sí. Mi nombre es Rufio. Será mejor que te andes con cuidado. ¿Por qué? Joder, la gente que va... que...
Can't talk long, but to stay sharp, but...
Vale, Rufio no quiere saber nada de mí.
Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The sixth. The one they called Ironclads.
Ok.
Same as everyone else.
Como todo el mundo, ¿me lo puede decir?
Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious? Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. I'll have to improvise now. If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either.
Hombre, en verdad, aquí casi todo el mundo está para darle un empujoncito, ¿eh?
If you were dealing with what... None of your business. In Troite Ipsum Convention.
¡Uy, qué me ha dicho!
If we have to. If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation? I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people.
¡La mi supervivencia depende del sentido común de otros. Sé cómo te sientes. Yo he vivido una pandemia. Se lo voy a decir. No sé, la gente es idiota. Más ahora que no se pueden llevar mascarilla.
Just bumble along like nothing's wrong. While we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned.
Yo sé, te comprendo.
I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it. Of course I am.
Por supuesto que tengo razón.
Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us? No. Whatever.
Es que no quiero que gane el otro tonto polla. Esta murió cogiendo agua. Una fuente de la que sale agua dulce que proviene del acueducto trasero. Si hay agua entre la ciudad por los acueductos, quizá también se pueda escapar a través de ellos. Mira a través de sus ojos, me ha dicho el espíritu este que me está guiando. Busca un arco. Me voy a encerrar, no intentes seguirme. No pasará nada bueno si lo haces. Vaya latigazo, ¿no? Ahí yo estoy empezando a pensar de que hay un club de que les gusta el sadomasoquismo. ¡Mira para allá! ¡Oh! Vale. De sexy brutales. Qué pedazo de one shot de sexy brutales, ¿eh? La verdad. Por cierto, el one shot de la semana que viene será el primero en portada. Voy a intentar elegir yo el one shot de la semana que viene. No puedo entrar aquí, esto es lo del agua. No tengo claro qué vamos a jugar, ¿eh? ¿No hay nadie aquí protegiendo el agua? Ah, uy, aquí hay gente.
Salve, friend.
Hola, soy Octavia.
Welcome to life under the golden rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the golden rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned.
A ver, ¿qué me tiene que contar esta?
Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome,
Todos iguales, tío. En el incendio de
my
Roma.
family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place. Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me. Oh yes, of course. A slip of the tongue.
¿Habéis escuchado eso? Apuntarlo ahí. Octavia no nos gusta. Apuntarlo en el libro de Agabrios.
If you like.
Es que ha dicho, no pasa nada. Estamos aquí porque Dios ha querido. Y le he dicho, dioses no, es romana. Son muchos dioses, no es uno. Y he dicho, ay, ha sido un desliz.
I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide.
Lo ha hecho otra vez, hasta que los dioses decían nuestro...
I hope it works out.
Esta tía es mala.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I think about those words a lot. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbors as ourselves and
Esta
do
tía
them
no
as we
es
have them
quien
do
dice
to
ser.
us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin. And that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we born with a tendency towards sin?
Eso parece.
If that's true, then sooner or later, things are going to end badly for all of us down here. Unless, of course, there's some kind of divine intervention.
Que no te quepa duda que va a haber una intervención.
I wish I shared your
La
faith.
intervención es convertirlo en oro. ¿Practicas el cristianismo?
Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us
Vale.
right now.
Es
There was a
cristiana.
terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was
No,
horrible.
simplemente es cristiana.
Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
Por lo que no sé cómo ha sobrevivido aquí 7 meses sin que
Alright,
se entere
well,
nadie, que he hablado
it's
yo con
lovely
ella
to
10
meet you.
minutos y me lo ha
I
chivado
look
todo.
forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
¿Eh?
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
Ulpio, me cago en tu vida, que si te...
What?
¡No!
Why?
¡No! ¡Que si te suicidas nos morimos todos!
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you
Y
need
yo
to
qué
talk to
sé.
him.
Suerte con eso, yo me largo.
Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Por favor, eliges tus palabras bien, ¿eh? No la cagues. Venga, muérete ya, hombre. Por culo. Pues yo le voy a tirar todo el farolazo. Como que a él le da igual, pues a mí me da más igual todavía.
I am out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Pues no ha sido esa la palabra que tenía que decirle, ¿eh?
I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb.
No ha salido.
Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it.
El dios responsable no es Dios, es otro.
I'll have to let everyone know what's happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Bueno, pues ya sabemos quién era el novio de Sencilla. ¡Uy! ¡Qué mala gente! La del susurro. Salta, vale.
Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate, yes. Yes, thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored to be elected your magistrate. And now...
Este es el malepollas este.
And did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above?
Correcto.
That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule, it's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait,
el
don't
problema
tell me you've
es que
fallen
sí que
victim to that
existe.
monstrous lie?
No hay duda de que existe.
Nonsense. There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already.
Es que lo he visto.
What? Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor, vulnerable soul taken in by Sentius's machinations. He won't get away with this
Lo he
much
dicho,
longer.
vivo el día una y otra vez.
Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read.
Vale.
As if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down. I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them
Hostia,
the freedom
hay que convencer a Maleolo para de que...
True, but that is simply because you are mistaken.
¿Y por qué me equivoco?
I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together for better. You mean the children's fable exploited
Nada, no
by...
se cree nada.
Of course not. But as I always say, if Sentius can't protect his daughter, how can we trust him to protect this city?
¿Qué es lo que no me estás contando?
If you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Domitius says he saw a body there some weeks back. Of course, just to be clear, I take no responsibility.
El problema es que hay un puto bicho. Y necesito el arco.
I trust you can see yourself out. Through the door this time. There's a key just beside it.
Ah, entonces le puedo coger la llave y ya puedo entrar todas las veces que yo quiera. Porque me imagino que los objetos... Para un griego. Y me he hecho arqueóloga, pero no sirve para nada. La arqueología. Julia a sus secuestradores, Maleolo y Claudia. Los maldigo hasta lo más profundo. Cuando leáis esto, ya habré muerto. Prefiero morir a pasar otro día como esclava por mis deudas con vosotros. Que los buitres picoteen vuestros hígados en el tártaro durante toda la eternidad. Me lo llevo, ¿no? Pero ¿por qué no puedo robar estas cosas? Ah, porque no puedo robar, claro. Joder. Esto va a ser durísimo, ¿eh? Esto de no poder robar va a ser durísimo, ¿eh? Un pequeño santuario de una casa... Ah, pero que está llorando alguien de verdad aquí. ¡Ábreme! Esa persona que llora no me abre. Lo más duro de todo el juego va a ser que no puedo robar, ¿sabes? Señora, hay una señora llorando ahí arriba.
You again. What is it now? I trust through.
Hostia, pues el juego está muy interesante. ¿Os está gustando? Sé que es de hablar mucho y a lo mejor no os motiva por eso. Pero está súper interesante, la verdad.
Still here?
Sí, sigo aquí.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and...
Hay una llave al lado de la puerta. ¿Veis la llave? Y aquí está este hombre muerto. Pero como que se descompone muy rápido, ¿no? De Ulpio, un viejo amor. Que Dios te proteja. Por favor, quiero que sepas que aguanté todo lo que pude, pero sin ti mi vida no tiene sentido. Solo espero que podamos encontrarnos en el paraíso. Vale, hay que... Hostia, esta ha tomado veneno. Joder. Hay que pillar a Ulpio antes de que se mate, ¿eh? Ahora en el siguiente bucle. Estoy un poco perdida porque he llegado tarde. ¡Ay, que para! ¡Guapísimo! Necesito un poco de biodramina para este viaje. Básicamente en Mausan hemos llegado del futuro a una ciudad que no se puede salir de ella y que viven bajo la ley de si cometes un pecado, todo el mundo se muere, se transforma en oro. Entonces tenemos que averiguar qué va a pasar porque la gente se va a transformar en oro, porque lo hemos visto en el futuro. Tenemos que averiguar quién es el que va a cometer el delito y va a hacer que todo el mundo se transforme en oro. Por lo visto ya vemos que van a pasar ciertas cosas que van a hacer esto. Entonces tenemos que evitar que todo pase. Conociendo a la gente.
Still here.
Sacando sus trapos sucios. E intentando que no hagan lo que quieren hacer. Pero no encuentro la puta llave. Me ha dicho que la llave está al lado de la puerta, ¿no?
Still here. You again. I trust you can see yourself through the door this...
Justo al lado. ¡Ay, coño! Y tanto. Que estaba al lado. Y digo yo, ¿con esta llave podré abrir arriba? No creo, ¿no? ¡Hola, Wander! Se supone que es un dios. Que lo que pasa es que hay un templo griego aquí que no tiene dios, que no hay ninguna estatua de dios ni nada. Ah, pues sí. ¡Toma! ¡He acertado!
Not supposed to be in here.
No, no se debería de... No sé, ¿dónde guarda los enseres de valor? Pero ya voy a robar.
Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much.
Vale, está llorando porque el novio no le echa cuenta que es el otro de allá abajo.
I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I'm receiving strange women in private.
Ah, pero si mujer no pasa nada, ¿no?
Preferably the way you came in, by the dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child. Well, I've had quite enough of this.
Demetrius, come quickly.
We're being robbed.
¡Oh! ¿Mentira? Hostia, que me manda al cachas. Hola. Ya me iba. Bueno, Domicio no se está moviendo, ¿eh? Tampoco te digo, vaya glúteos tiene Domicio, ¿no? Bueno, tampoco está tan mal, ¿no? Esta ciudad. Esta ciudad tampoco está tan mal, ¿no? Se puede intentar vivir aquí. Sus lágrimas fluyen por la ciudad. Vale. Ahora hay que intentar, ahora hay que intentar salvar a Flavia, que no se mate. Lucrecia, esta es la enfermera.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called silphium, but that Culus cumulatus.
El Culus cumulatus, ¿eso qué? Necesita la resina de una planta que se llama silfio, pero el muy Culus cuminate de Decio no quiere dármela.
It's too late. She just slipped away. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin.
Pero no la envenenaron, se ha envenenado ella. He visto su nota de suicidio.
For this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friends."
Pero el Decio es un hijo de puta.
Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing.
Sí, a lo mejor esos glúteos tienen alguna pista. Yo también creo en eso. Que para.
How they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule. Or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath.
A ver, yo sé lo que ha pasado. Se ha suicidado, por eso no se ha roto la regla. El suicidio no es... No es pecado.
Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that genetricum fututo and scratching his eyes out.
Vale. Veré qué puedo hacer. ¿Cuál es tu historia?
Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since.
La puta. Hola, soy Lucrecia, pero no soy médico, ¿eh?
Out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here.
Vale.
It's all right. Say what you will.
Sí, ahí hay unas personas que han mencionado que le falta memoria.
Well, there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule. They have to.
Aquí también hay putas, pero como hay regla de oro, esto es más discreta. Este juego es una maravilla, ¿eh?
Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense.
Vale.
Well,
la
she
Evesia es la que
used
ha
to run the
desaparecido.
clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying, but I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll
Hay un
end up
enfermo
losing his temper
que le
and
duelen las
lashing out.
articulaciones y no saben
And
qué
you know
hacer.
what that means.
Quiero que me diga quién es, pero no me lo dice.
Maybe I would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace. Thanks, I suppose.
Bueno, que es reuma. Un paracetamol y listo, ¿no? Hola, Simplao. ¿Este juego es como Lucius, pero al revés? Sí. Genetricum fututor, que es hijo puta. Hay que decirlo más. Es que los insultos están en latín. Yo quiero que me insulten en español. Que no pasa nada.
I wish. Some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked, hanging by a thread excuse for treatment I'm giving them. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out of my depth.
Que no tiene de nada. No.
A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it?
Es que Decius es un hijo de puta,
nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands. Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and
le he dicho que yo también escucho a la estatua hablar.
Well, she used
ya
to
me lo ha dicho todo de Necia.
And then she's
me está repitiendo, ¿vale?
He's become Thank.
Lulia.
Sure. What do you want to know?
La que se ha muerto envenenada, ¿eh?
How did you know that? Yes, she did mutter something about the only way out. A few times, but nothing more than that, I'm afraid.
Vale, vale. La que se ha envenenado, es que ya estoy yo atando cabos. La que se ha envenenado es la amiga de la que ha desaparecido, que dijo hace semanas que se quería ir. Y ahora está envenenada, o sea que no se ha ido.
Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it. Hemlock, I believe. I haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolas's villa, and they are quite secretive. Gladly. Well, come back if you...
Está muerta. Una colección de instrumentos médicos de aspecto bárbaro, con pinzas y cizallas. Está muerta, no puedo hacer nada. Hay que averiguar, eso hay que averiguarlo antes de que se muera. Y este es el puto Decio.
Wonder how much one of these salve, stranger? Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable...
¿Cómo voy a conseguir 1000 denarios?
That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard and save your coins, you should be able to afford it within, say, 5 years.
¿Ustedes no dan ganas de matarlo?
Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it. Hear what? You sure you're feeling all right?
Ha dicho toma.
If you're hearing things, perhaps you should pay a visit to Lucretia's clinic. We don't want another Navia on our hands. She claimed the statues were whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she but I digress. Do you... Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget? Very well. Another time.
Yo voy a robarle. Yo le voy a robar a Decio. Y ya está. Las estatuas de oro son gente que para. Es que en esta ciudad, si la lías, te transforma en oro todo el mundo. Entonces estos son los anteriores inquilinos.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land. Greetings, I'm Georgie.
Soy Giorgio.
It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail?
¿De dónde vengo? Le voy a decir, nunca me creerías si te lo dijera.
And now you have me more intrigued than before. But since it appears you do not wish to share, I will wait until we are better friends.
Antin, ¿qué tal? Esperaré que seamos mejores amigos para que me lo cuentes. Qué buena gente, Giorgio.
But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
Uy, information perhaps?
My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum.
Vale.
You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree?
Pues sí.
A good question. A very good question.
Me encanta que este habla como que no sabe inglés, ¿sabes?
I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends.
Estaba de fiesta.
And we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa. Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, Stumbled across a cave and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am.
Encontró una persona desconocida, cayó por una trampilla y aquí está, como nosotros.
Anything you like. Shh. Not so loud. What are you playing at? Have you not been told about the last attempt? Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. It is a long story. Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out. They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice saying the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place. And so I say, it is best to not even discuss it aloud.
Que es como que un dios no te deja escapar.
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me.
Yo he visto que dura entre 6 y 8 horas, pero que hay varios finales, así que me imagino que depende del final, de lo que vayas descubriendo, pues se hará más largo o menos.
Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one.
¿Verdad? Castigó a todo el mundo con el invierno, la hija de puta.
So that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The golden rule has merely brought it into focus.
Vale.
If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. Regrettably, I think you are correct, my friend. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act. Ah, the voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend.
I am sorry for your loss.
A lighter note, I will say one. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing. Do they not?
Hijo de puta. Bueno, pues sí, nos transformamos todos en oro cuando la liamos, pero a las estatuas de oro, que eran gente, estupendo, le queda como maniquí de ropa nueva, estupendo.
That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way. Nothing comes to my mind, my friend. This is troubling, is it not? I'm afraid I have no idea. It is ridiculous, though. Virgil is a fine man. But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti on his shop front last night.
Vale.
Perhaps you should ask her about it. I hope that our paths cross again soon.
Pero con Virgilio no funcionan las tetas. Me ha dicho abiertamente que es gay.
Greetings and salutations.
Y ya llora por donde fluye el agua.
I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, a new face. You arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death? Nice to talk.
Pues vamos otra vez a enfrentarnos a nota de... Una lista de cosas que Decio planea comprar cuando escape. ¡Ay! Va a comprar un puesto en el Senado. Está bien. No puedo robarle. ¡Mira, Galerio! ¡Galerio!
It's you again. Hope you're settling in.
Hola, Ares.
Now, what's on your mind?
No sé nada de ti.
Well, it's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it. I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum.
En cuanto conozcamos a todos los personajes, todo va a ser mucho más rápido.
Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. Sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground.
Ah, qué bien.
Was empty. That was my first encounter with
Es que la peluquera Alberto dice que ya no trabaja. Así que me imagino que habrán dicho, pues nos rapamos y ya está.
Went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young. It was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted.
Joder.
One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face.
Joder, Galerio.
But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they...
Joder, Galerio.
Still burns whenever I think about it.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived...
Hostia, lo llevaron a Roma para venderlo como esclavo.
So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. Never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place, and I started my life over again.
También lo sacó del río, o sea, una persona desconocida.
That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me.
Hostia, qué hijo de puta. Entonces también el otro, ¿no?
Don't you worry. Nemesis is waiting. And he'll get his. One day. He'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes.
¿Qué hace, Frodo? Que no cabes. Momento. ¿Cholito? Hola, Ariel. Perdona, es que estaba el perro quedándome en la lata y lo cogí un brazo para ver qué quería.
Thanks, friend. I knew I
No me
liked
lleva
you.
Galerio, no le voy a decir nada
Anyway,
mal,
that's
hombre.
enough of me rambling. Was there something? Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me. Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know? I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad.
Sentio es malo, pero
If I
Malleolo
could do a
es
better
peor.
job, me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life. All right, see you around.
Voy a elegir a Galerio como emperador de aquí. Hola, Mamá Mordisquito. Hola, Maryland. Bienvenidos. A ver.
Help! You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. You have to. Thank you. He's still in there. I have to hide. Find me in this empty. What? Why?
No entres ahí. Tú confía en mí.
All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Vale. Es que si entra ahí se mata. Lo que no sé cómo parar al tío del arco. Hola, Anka.
Did you stop him? What are you waiting for?
Joder, necesito hablar con ella, tío. Todavía no sé qué hacer con el tío ese. La sacerdotisa, vale. Te haré caso.
Again. Did you find what you need?
Hay un tío aquí.
And did you notice anything? A pattern? Yes. I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest?
Sí, una tía, se llama Kate.
And did you happen to catch her name? I see. And was this Karen, by any chance?
¿Llevaba capucha Karen? No, no.
Because
Sí.
I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths. What? How could you know that?
Hay un asesino en los baños. ¿Cómo?
Please, go and stop him and come back to me once we're no longer in danger.
¿Y alguien me dice cómo detengo al asesino?
Hello?
¡Hostia!
Hello? My name's Dooley.
Este es Dooley.
I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up.
¡Hostia, mordisquito, que te vaya bien la mudanza! Si alguien quiere enterarse de qué va el juego, ahora es vuestra oportunidad, porque puedo hacer otro resumen. O si alguien ha hecho clic del resumen que ya he hecho, porque lo comparte.
I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes, but I wasn't.
Alguien pensó que iba a robar, pero no es así, solo estaba mirando.
They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called... Yes. They said I have to live here now.
Claro que te leo la carta, buen hombre. El magistrado explica a Dooley que estuvo encerrado para evitar que se colase. Le escribo una referencia a este comportamiento antisocial e incorregible suyo originado por su obsesión con un supuesto tesoro perdido. Aunque entiendo su situación y sé que su guardián Aníbal falleció hace unas semanas, quiero enviarle un mensaje importante. Ese tesoro que tanto busca no existe. Parece que no es capaz de recordarlo a causa de sus problemas de memoria. Y lo que es más, puesto que ya la han sorprendido varias veces invadiendo propiedades privadas, incluyendo los aljibes a los cuales no pueden acceder los ciudadanos, no he podido sino llegar a la conclusión de que usted es un peligro para la comunidad y que tendremos que limitar su libertad para que así no cumpla la regla de oro. Espero que esta carta le ayude a recordar por qué está encarcelado en caso de que sufra laxos de memoria. ¡Hola, prosa! Vale. A ver. No. Os pongo el día que me ha llegado Prozac. Os pongo el día, ¿vale? Hacer clic de esto para los que vengan luego. Somos un viajero del futuro llamado Mari Carmen y hemos caído en una ciudad secreta, ¿vale? Dentro de la ciudad secreta todo el mundo era de oro y entramos en un portal. No, pues, había más cosas, pero así, resumen rápido. El portal nos ha llevado al pasado, a la ciudad esta secreta que está llena de gente. Hay 23 personas y están regidos por la regla de oro. ¿Qué es la regla de oro? Que si cometes un acto vandálico como robo, asesinato, etcétera, te mueres. Todo el mundo se transforma en oro. Las estatuas de oro se vuelven locas y te transforma en oro. Y nosotros hemos sido enviados porque se supone que el magistrado de aquí, el jefe de aquí, ha hecho un ritual para que llegue a la ayuda, que somos nosotros, ¿vale? Entonces tenemos que conocer a todo el mundo del pueblo para determinar quién va a saltarse la norma de oro, porque estamos seguros de que alguien va a saltarse la norma de oro. Pero entre medias estamos descubriendo un montón de cosas, como que hay un señor asesino en los baños que en anteriores episodios me ha asesinado. Entonces estamos repitiendo el bucle porque cuando se activa la regla de oro, el magistrado hace que se active el portal, tú vuelves y vuelves del principio, pues con todos los recuerdos y todas las cosas que ya has hecho. Estamos como en un bucle temporal en el que o desarmamos que no pase lo de la regla de oro o volvemos al principio. ¿Me habéis entendido? Básicamente tenemos que conseguir que no se active la regla de oro porque nos matan y entonces nosotros tampoco podemos hacer cosas feas. Entonces estoy aquí en plan que no puedo robar, no puedo asesinar, todo lo que yo normalmente hago. Entonces como, a ver qué pasa. ¿Pues qué dice? Dice que te pillaron colándote varias veces y te encerraron. No puedo matar a nadie.
My friend Hannibal used to look after me.
Aníbal, sabemos dónde está el cadáver, pero me han contado que había una criatura sobre él comiéndoselo. Y como no tengo armas, no quiero meterme para que me reviente.
If anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it.
Pues como el tesoro este donde se ha muerto.
He said something about the cisterns, but when I went up to the high one.
¡Hostia! Estaba cerrado. Me va a dar la llave el tío.
Except my friend Galerius and Ek.
Hostia, me va a dar la llave.
Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
Ahí hay un asesino que está buscando a uno de aquí. Y antes no lo conseguí convencer, así que estoy un poco como...
Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone.
¿Y cómo hago que te suelten, tío?
But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot. Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate... Like... Galerius?
Averigua cómo conseguir que Galerio sea elegido.
He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was.
¿Veis lo que os digo? Yo aquí le pegaría una paliza al viejo, le robaría la llave y ya está.
You're going to let me out of here? Really?
Vale.
Go.
Este está fatal, ¿eh?
He said if he gave me this key,
dice otra vez lo mismo.
Now nobody looks. Bye bye.
Vale. No he hecho nada, Duli. Vale. Voy a seguir investigando en vez de meterme ahí contra el asesino porque me va a follar otra vez el culo porque no conozco al tío que dice que... Desde luego tenemos que entrar en los baños. Voy a ver porque aquí hay una cantera. La vieja está loca también del coño, fuertísimo. Pero aquí va a haber otra gente que no conozco.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax, get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Mañana será un día nuevo, dice. Una polla. Vale, esta no la conocemos.
Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before. A certain learning and sophistication.
Oh, para, no, por favor. Sigue. A ver, pero a mí no me gusta.
Why? Just because I'm a woman? Honey, it's your loss. I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business.
¡Se ha enfadado!
What brings you to my tavern?
¡Se ha enfadado! Quería verme desnuda y no, así que se ha enfadado.
Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us. You know, normally, I'd
vale, para sacar la información hay que coquetear con ella.
If I want to get out of here. I guess that went right over your head. Never mind. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information.
Yo no para de tirarme los trastos de esta señora,
just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 denarii?
1000 denarios, pero ¿cómo voy a tener yo 1000 denarios?
Well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. But I promise you, you'll never have to spend another hour in this city ever again.
¿Y si sabe cómo irse porque está ya aquí?
Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go just yet. I like my life here. One day, maybe, but not now.
¿No es muy poco ético mantener a esta gente encerrada sabiendo que hay una salida?
I think of it this way. I have something of value, and I'm willing to share it for a price. That's not unethical. That's just good business. Now, do you want it or not? If I took your money without giving you what I promised, I'd be breaking the golden rule, wouldn't I? And I have no interest in doing that.
Bueno, ya sabemos que la regla de oro tiene lagunas, porque antes se ha suicidado un nota y no ha pasado nada.
Well, perhaps you could take out a loan. I understand Malleolus has lent money to others on occasion. I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human.
Sí, la verdad que el vaso lo va a limpiar, pero fuertísimo, ¿eh?
Certainly, for 10 denarii. How embarrassing for you. All right, see ya.
Pues nada, tendré que robar, cosa que se supone que no se puede hacer. Es que entonces no sé cómo conseguir dinero.
Don't you just love springtime? Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind? I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And that's good enough for me. Sounds like the election's starting.
Mierda, comienzan las elecciones. Teófilo organizó una orgía con 4 chicas y las decepcionó a todas por igual. Ah, pues gracias por ese pedazo de cotilleo que... Supongo. Debería de ir a ver las elecciones, pero... Las pálidas sombras moran sin carne ni hueso. Hostia, eso es lo que dice la vieja. Voy a ver las elecciones. ¿O me he perdido? ¿Dónde estoy? ¡Y un patito! Me he perdido, gente. He salido de la puta ciudad. ¡Hola, Mayurbi! O sea, tampoco es que haya tanto. Van a hacerlo aquí en la plaza, ¿no? Coño, ¿en qué plaza van a hacer la votación? Galerio no vota. Es tonto polla. O sea, él puede votar porque es un hombre y no vota. Se abstiene. Pues tonto. Vale, ha ganado el Mabeolo.
I said, hail Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant.
Quiero ver si esto es lo que hace que reviente la regla de oro. Es gracioso porque lo tengo que hacer en un día todo, creo.
The golden rule is no more. The golden rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all.
Que no, que existe de verdad, que yo la he visto.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat.
¡Hostia! Vale, pues sí, nos morimos. Sentaros. Sentaros porque viene la muerte.
My right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies. It is time the golden rule was exposed to what it is. A children's fable.
Vamos a morir todos. Hola, caballero. Tú también lo sabes, ¿verdad? Vamos a morir todos ya.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken.
Hola, mami.
I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
¡Hijo puta! Bueno, pues vámonos al portal. Ya está. Ragna, muchas gracias por ese pedazo de raid. Que te aproveche la comida. Pues nada, gente. Y ya tengo lo de la tirolina, ¿no? Volvemos al principio. Reseteamos. ¿Qué tal, Ragna? Gamium, bienvenidos. Estamos aquí jugando a Forgotten City, que lo vamos a pasar hoy completo. Hola, Waikiba. ¡Hala! Hola, Galerio.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Ya hemos tenido esta conversación, Galerio.
Of course. I've bounced the idea, but from what... maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me.
Vale, si gana Mariolo nos morimos.
How could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man, but I don't see how you could know a thing like that.
Lo sé.
You overheard him say that? Oh, why does that not surprise me? He and Sentius have despised each other for a long time now.
Voy a chivarme de todo.
In case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal?
Vale.
All right. See you
Vale,
around.
hay que conseguir que gane, que el otro se vaya y que este cierre. El juego tiene su cosa, ¿eh? Yo lo esperaba más malo.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water. And the tree you grasp, Cerberus
A
lifts
ver,
his dribble head.
necesitamos
and
encontrar
lets
un nota
out
que
his
tenga un ojo de
great
cada color.
braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
Es que no puedo robar, tío. Es que todo mal, ¿eh? Estoy investigando por aquí a ver qué hay. ¿Qué? Señora, no me esperaba que tuviera usted esa pedazo de estatua en su casa. Le he explicado mis sueños a Lucrecia y me ha dicho que quizás pueda adivinar su significado si las escribo. Anoche volvió a ocurrir. El hombre junto al río hizo acto de presencia, como siempre, con la cara cubierta en la sombra de ese tocado de carnero tan peculiar. De nuevo se presentó como Kerty y me dijo que me había sacado del río. Me pareció que esbozaba una sonrisita al decir su nombre, como si significara algo que no podía entender. En efecto, ese nombre me suena, pero no me puedo recordar dónde lo he escuchado. Creo que no volveré a dormir bien hasta que lo averigüe. ¿Quién es Kerty? Vale, este tío ha desaparecido. Me he puesto nerviosa, no me acordaba qué botón era para quitarlo.
I love your clothes.
A ver.
So exotic.
Señores, hay que ligar con esta mujer para que me cuente su vida.
You're here. I'm so glad you did. And there's a lot. Coming on a bit strong, don't you think?
Vale. No se puede romancear tanto, hay que romancear menos.
I take back what I said. Let's just... All right.
Puta.
You stay away from my money.
Vale, me quiere que me vaya de la casa. Vámonos. Es que nos falta por encontrar a un tío. Esto no es robar. No me salía a robar, así que como esto no pertenece a nadie. Vamos a darle dinero a Aurelia por un cotilleo, venga.
I love your clothes. So, oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock cap at murder. Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock cap at murder.
¿Pero qué he hecho yo? Bueno, seguimos adelante. ¡Quita! No puedo. Aunque había un cadáver ahí, ¿eh? Vale, a ver si conseguimos llegar al nota antes de que se suicide. Que está aquí arriba. Rufio. De hambre. Era aquí arriba, ¿no?
Salve, friend. Welcome. All right. Well, it was lovely to meet you.
Lo siento, Octavia, tengo que hablar con Ulpio.
Over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
¡No, Ulpio! ¡Espérate!
No. Ulpius, what are you doing?
That's the...
What?
Why do you...
I know, please.
I'm sorry.
Please, help
Esto ya lo
him.
hemos hecho
If he
antes.
goes
Habla
through
con
with
él.
Thank...
You know about that? How is that possible?
Sí!
I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone.
Es que este está enamorado de la que se ha perdido.
It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that. No. No. Time's up. I am out. Wherever you
Mierda.
are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Vale. Tengo que salvar a la otra antes.
I can't believe he went through with it. Oh, Lord. That was not your fault. There's no way... I'll have to let... And I...
Hay que salvar a la otra primero para poder salvar a Ulpio. Y para salvar a la otra... Voy a ver lo que hay por aquí. Para salvar a la otra... Tengo que conseguir que el Decio me dé el dinero. O sea, me dé la mierda esa. ¿Y esto dónde me lleva? Tampoco robar. A lo mejor tengo que buscar dinero por ahí escondido para poder pagarle al Decio. Le he usado antes la tirolina. Pero buena pregunta, ahora no sé si la tengo. Es que a lo mejor si cojo el dinero... Voy cogiendo el dinero poco a poco. Vale.
Help! You have to do something. You... Thank you. What?
Vale, ya no la matamos porque no entra aquí. El santuario se puede derrumbar en cualquier momento. Es que antes entraba aquí y se mataba la tonta polla. Quiero hablar con la sacerdotisa. O con este. Hay un asesino ahí, Rufio. Rufio, hay un asesino.
And you... Yes, I also had such an encounter. What else? Yeah, what? Yeah. And did you...
Le tengo que decir todo otra vez porque claro, para ella esta conversación no... Ve, ya que estamos en peligro. Oye, ¿y mi inventario, tío? Sí, tengo todas las cosas cada vez que... No hay nadie con los ojos de cacoló, ¿eh? A ver, es que quiero ver si he conocido a todos. A Aurelia sí, a Claudia también, a Decio también, a Domicio también, Dulio también, Equicia también, Fabia la he conocido, Galerio, Giorgio, Aníbal es el que no he conocido. Horacio también, Cabach no lo conozco porque se ha ido. Y Lía se ha muerto. Livia la vieja. Conozco a todos. Ninguno es el del... Voy a hablar con él, a ver si tengo más suerte. Es que yo no vengo de la antigua Roma, yo vengo del futuro. Eran 20. A ver si tengo algo que decirle a este nuevo, que no me mate.
Stop right there. I am looking for...
Da igual lo que diga, vas a intentar matarme de todas formas.
Thank you for your service to the Empire.
Le he mentido para que se muera.
But you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Le he dicho que se vaya al santuario ese que hay ahí. Que se va a derrumbar nada más que entre. No sé si eso va en contra de la regla de oro, pero bueno. He mentido.
Filthy, lying degenerate.
Se ha muerto y además me llevo el arco. Por orden del emperador Nerón, ordena a todos los hijos leales de Roma que cacen y ejecuten al incendiario y asesino Tiberio V Trispo, ciudadano del distrito de 22. Tiene 44 años, es de altura y compresión media, cabellos negros, tiene un ojo verde y otro azul. Normalmente no lleva barba. Yo no recuerdo haber cogido ningún nota... Vale, ahora vamos a hablar con esta.
You there. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts. Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a
¡Oh, ¡hijo de puta! Ya sé por qué quiere el arco. Hola, Dulce.
I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop.
Hijo de puta, quiere el arco para llevárselo, salir de aquí, llevárselo y matar gente, convertirla en oro.
One could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite.
No me interesa.
Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic.
Hola, Blonde. Saúl, ¿estás seguro de cómo se escribe Pamplin? Creo que Saúl no se acuerda.
Oh, I'm not suggesting we use such a bow on people. There's no profit in breaking the golden rule.
Me he liado. Normal, ¿eh? No es un hombre normal.
Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, But first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana? No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what. Oh, gods no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a...
Es un robo, Decio.
Make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step.
Decio,
Now,
eso se llama
you must
robar.
have questions. Ask away. So, are you in, partner? Are you sure? Last chance.
Vale.
Wonderful.
Me ha dicho la voz que lo
If
haga.
you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment.
El de ese me ha
Here
dicho.
we are, a gold leaf bow. Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
You took care of him? An accident? So, it's over? Oh, God.
How'd you do?
It's such a relief. I really thought we were all going to die. I do have a question, though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you...
No.
know it was going to collapse? Really? Then how? Oh, I see. Oh, I should probably keep my big mouth shut then.
¡Cállate,
Sorry.
Fabia!
I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. That was really clever. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fabia. Sorry I was a bit frantic before. Need anything?
Fabia, no se te puede confiar nada, ¿eh?
There's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged...
Mañana lo sabe todo el pueblo.
Fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the
Además de
first
verdad,
time
puta
when
Flavia.
I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either.
¿La tiró por ahí?
Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple and...
Pero no tenía ella nadie que la mandó.
Oh yeah, I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought about it. But the gods are mysterious and powerful.
Uy,
Who knows what their
Fabia.
plans are for us.
Uy, Fabia, qué mentirosa, Fabia.
What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not give the place a chance before you try to leave? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables, and Lucretia tries to keep us healthy. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes, and Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down around us. Well, he does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live out your days. Well, I can tell from your funny accent you're not from around here, but that doesn't mean you don't belong, does it? Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about, will we? Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Ooh, I bet my friend Georgius would like to get a look at you. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the golden rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop. Terrible shame that is. Maybe this will help.
Vale, a ver si me dice quién vio haciendo la nota Virgilio.
Outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who. It was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch, and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of three people. Horatius, Domitius, or Rufius. I hope that helps. All right.
Vale, pues un soldado...
Taking care of our problem.
Un soldado es el que ha escrito la amenaza a Virgilio. ¿Y ahora qué hago? Está la cosa complicada. Bueno, hombre, ¿me puedo subir encima tuya? Joder. ¿Alguien más no puede subirse? Ahí. Es que...
You, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you. A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in, and until you give me my bow, you're gonna stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole. You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork. I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out how many it takes to kill a woman, shall we?
Es que es un cabrón, ¿eh? Pero es que este no me conoce a mí. Las algas. ¿Eh? ¿Puedo cogerlas? ¡Ah! Y yo, pues yo quiero un arco de estos, son muy apañados, ¿eh? Es parches. Hostia, ¿verdad? Ese puto parches. Por cierto, tengo ganas de jugar a Dark Souls 3. No estoy diciendo que vaya a jugar ahora, pero ¿si importaría si me hago otra run de Dark Souls 3?
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me, a rasp of air.
Esta es la que se ha perdido.
Strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola.
De Bloodborne es que quiero esperar que a ver si le sacan algo.
And disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul.
Hostia.
That was when it dawned on me. This was
Hola, Irlandia. Me alegro de que esté disfrutando la Alice. Vale, esta es la médico que huyó y dice que está encerrada y que está loca, me han dicho. Pero es que veía las estatuas moviéndose igual que yo.
But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Dentro de esto hay personas. El problema, gente, es como convenzo al tonto polla de que la mierda esa es verdad. ¡Ay! Ahora. Que si me muero empezamos de nuevo, ¿eh? Guardar. Correcto. Con el arco, no sé. A ver si no me matan ahora por llevar un arco. ¡Ah! Estoy en el palacio donde se ha encerrado la tía. ¡Quita! ¡Puta! ¿Qué es eso? Estoy muy sorprendida ahora mismo porque no sé qué coño es eso. Son como personas medio a convertir. Menos mal que soy Legolas. Bolsa de moneda para mí. No deberías de estar aquí. ¡Uy! ¡Joder! ¿Qué? Tan de cerca no funciona. Por aquí. Hostia, pero qué guapo está este puto juego. ¿Por qué tarda tanto en jugarlo? Ah, ya lo sé. Porque no lo habéis votado, cabrones. ¡Mierda! ¡Corre! Gracias por regalarle a Osiri una pieza de su. Osiri, hace un montón de tiempo que no lo veo. Es que tanto rato diciéndome que las mate. Pues ya está. ¿Cómo se ha tornado esto de raro en un momento, no? No sé qué hay ahí. Vale, 50 pavitos. Si es que me dan las gracias por matarlos. A mí eso no me había pasado nunca. Mierda. Me he adelantado. Siri, ¿qué te pasa? Hace 1000 años que no te veo. ¿Cómo estás? Lo tengo que hacer a mano porque he jodido la distracción. Voy, ya te he ayudado. Pipita, gracias por ese pedazo de follow. ¡Qué farsa la rama! He convertido la rama en oro. Le he liado un poco, pero bueno. Menos mal que tenía flecha de sobra. No te preocupes, Osiris, me alegro de que estés bien. Tras conocer la terrible realidad acerca de las estatuas doradas, he vagado por la ciudad como si estuviese en una pesadilla. ¿Cómo será la vida de esas pobres almas atrapadas en oro y en cierto modo aún vivas? Atrapadas en su propio tártaro, condenadas a un tormento eterno tan terrible que ninguna mente sana podría llegar a comprender. Intenté aliviarles como pude, empecé a establecer conversaciones con ellos y a hacerles compañía. Me inventaba historias de sus vidas, les ponía nombre, les hablaba del mundo y de las historias que había aprendido durante mi infancia. Mientras los demás se preocupaban por mi bondad, yo solo buscaba la soledad. Prefería la compañía de mis tormentos. Tras descubrir la entrada al palacio abandonado, empecé a pasar mis días caminando por sus pasillos y compartiendo viejas historias con sus habitantes. Mi mente viraba hacia los de Apolo, Dafne, Perseo y Medusa, Pigmalión y Galatea. Pigmalión, el escultor que se enamoró de una preciosa estatua y que tras pedir ayuda a Afrodita descubrió que su amada Galatea había cobrado vida.
My mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor, who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life.
Los está liberando del oro.
That is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever
Lo está con cincel y paciencia. Pero creo que no ha quedado bien esto, ¿eh?
Our meeting gave me new purpose.
Yo vengo, Siri, aquí haciendo lo de siempre. Ay, me alegro de verte.
So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Bueno, el problema es que ahora yo tampoco puedo entrar, pero... ¡Ja! ¡Ma! Oye, qué apañado tener un arco que transforma las cosas en oro, ¿no? ¡Uy, Maribé! Me he caído. Mi pelo pantén. Ahí va. ¿Habéis visto qué maestría? Y además estoy robando todo lo que me encuentro. O sea, estoy ahora mismo feliz.
Kill us. You. Please.
Pobrecitos.
Please.
Si no estás quieta, no te puedo matar.
Kill us.
¡Hala! De nada. Si es que no cuesta nada ser buena gente. No cuesta nada ser buena gente. Por culo. No cuesta nada ser buena gente, pero un poquito malvada también. A little. Mierda. Es que me niego a hacer las cosas bien. Porque ahí es darle al jarrón y ya está. Mis intentos por liberar a estas pobres almas de sus cárceles doradas no han salido como esperaba. Empecé por una mujer griega, a quien llamé Yodama, en honor a la ateniense a quien Medusa convirtió en piedra. Al taladrar el oro que la recubría, me reafirmé con mis ideas al descubrir que bajo una capa de 1 centímetro de oro, tan rígido como debe ser algún tipo de aleación, había carne viva. Lamentablemente parece que esta aleación de oro se fusionó con su piel, así que al quitarla quedaron expuestos los tendones y músculos y parece que le causó gran dolor. A ver, señora, ¿qué esperaba? Al principio me preparé, ya que me esperaba que al causar tanto dolor rompería la regla de oro. Sin embargo, no fue así. Parece que el dios responsable de encarcelar a estas pobres almas no le importaban su sufrimiento. Están dejados de la mano de Dios. Con resolución perseveré. Trabajé hasta tarde para intentar quitar la película dorada que la revestía con toda la delicadeza posible. Finalmente pude limpiar casi todo su cuerpo, pero cuando la liberé de sus retenciones, lo primero que hizo fue lanzarse contra mi cuello, agarrándome contra su fuerza con esas afiladas garras de metal. Ese fue mi agradecimiento, fue mi agradecimiento por intentar salvarla. Sea lo que fuera que empujó a Yodama a atacar, claramente no era un sujeto adecuado para mi experimento, así que me vi obligada a encerrarla en una sala aislada del palacio y a bloquear la puerta. Mientras continuaba mi trabajo con los demás, escuchaba cómo se sacudía y se daba cabezazos en la otra punta sin cesar. Por desgracia, mis otros experimentos dieron unos resultados similares. Y tras trasladarme unas cuantas veces más, la mayor parte del palacio es demasiado peligroso para trabajar. Sin embargo, pese al dolor que alberga mi corazón debido a tu sufrimiento, no puedo arriesgarme a quitarte la capa de oro que te rodea. Y así seguirá hasta que haya perfeccionado un método para recuperarte por completo en cuerpo y alma, que garantice que conserva tu humanidad. Te prometo que un día nos reuniremos, aunque tenga que liberar a todas las estatuas de este lugar dejado de la mano de los dioses. Bueno, a ver. Uy, Celebrón, bienvenido. A ver. ¡Ay, pérgolas! ¡Bienvenido! Sí que es una cosa asquerosa.
not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back.
Pero es una manera de enseñarle al maleoyus este de los cojones que la de esto es verdad.
One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place.
¿Sabéis? Si le llevo un bicho de esto, pues... ¡Mala gente! No, no hay hippies. Me estaba dando en la cara, lo que pasa es que se ha movido justo. La verdad es que esta parte me está flipando, ¿eh? He cogido aquí. No hay más dinero, que tengo que pagarle al otro para que no se mueran todos. ¡Uy!
Make it stop.
¡Que me mata!
Kill us.
¡Uf! Es que ¿de dónde han salido esos cabrones? Si me matan se acabó, ¿eh? Tengo que empezar de nuevo. Ah, mira, me voy curando, parece, ¿no? Sí, sí, me voy curando. ¡Hostia! ¡Detrás de ti! Pues sí, tiene cara de estar muy loca, ¿eh?
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
Pero que...
And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this.
¿Pero yo por qué? ¿Yo qué he hecho?
She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead.
Ay, pero yo no tengo culpa.
What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent. and seem to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing.
¿Qué?
You're trying to steal her away
¡Que
from
no!
me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it?
Liar!
You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too. What? What are you talking about? Wait. So you're saying...
No!
you're coming for us?
Señora!
So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take.
No, no,
is
no.
one
No, 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 no.
little cut.
Espera, ¿puedo deshacer todo esto? Si me dices cómo tratar el reuma. ¿En serio? ¿En serio, Truly? Espera, ¿puedo deshacer todo esto si me haces una tortilla de patatas ahora mismo? Que tengo hambre.
It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry. What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll tell you what you need to know. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
Sí.
You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear
Que si la mato reinicio el día.
of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any
Gracias,
case,
pérgolas.
I must honor our bargain. The treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the Shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there.
Vale. Vale, ya me ha dicho cómo se trata el reuma.
Go.
Gracias.
And never return.
Pero... Es buenísimo, tío. Uy, los cargando, perdón. No, no puedo hablar con ella. Es buenísimo, gente que... Es buenísimo que haya hecho toda esa misión solo y para que me digan cómo tratar el reuma. O sea, es una cosa... Pues así. Javi, muchas gracias por esos 29 mesitos de su... Muchas gracias. Le tengo que contar a esta cómo tratar el reuma.
Can't you see this woman is dying? She needs the resin of a plant. It's too late. No. You made it into the palace.
Está viva, pero solo quiere que la dejen en paz.
Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him
Vale,
some
a
of this?
Rufio.
He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. Thank you. All right.
Rufio seguro que es el que acosa a Virgilio por ser gay. ¿Tú?
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff.
Mierdón. Decio.
I'm glad you're here.
Ahora, Decio, me vas a dar lo que yo te quiera pedir, ¿no?
You see, my plan was to give you a little fright. You know, like two friends joking around at the Saturnalia, and then, surprise, I'd open the door. But when I opened it, you were gone. Partner, I swear, this is just a misunderstanding. Look, why don't you keep our boat as compensation? Fine, fine. It's a credit to you that you're able to see the humour in all of this. Now, can I help you?
Dame el otro.
Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii.
¿Cómo? ¿Me estás cobrando? ¿Do you? ¿Me estás cobrando? Mi super inglés. ¿Y si te lo robo?
Well, if you did that, you'd break the golden rule, and we'd share the same fate as the last lot who lived here. Is that what you want?
Pues mira, por llevarme el deseo, cógelo y corre, me han dicho.
Do you think I don't know a bluff when I see one?
Mierda.
Nice try. Very well. Perhaps I...
Es que me ha dicho,
Very well.
cógeleselo y corre, pero ¿dónde está? ¿Entendéis? Es que no sé dónde está. Espérate.
The many shall suffer.
He
The
robado.
sins of the one.
¡Habérmelo dado! ¡Tonto! Bueno, pues ya está. He robado. Reseteamos el día y no pasa nada. Lo siento, Galerio. Serás una bonita estatua de oro. No pasa nada. No pasa nada, porque ahora tengo el de este. Ay. Ahora tengo el de este y no tengo que robar, así que ya está. Tengo la medicina del Rufio y lo otro. Ya está, no pasa nada.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are?
¿Por qué te llevas un arco a la espalda? ¡Hostia!
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
Tienes que evitar que Fabia entre en el santuario vacío y decirle al recién llegado que allí es donde encontrar lo que
All right,
busca.
let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
Eso.
I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know.
¡Cállate, Galerio! ¡Corre! Estás corriendo poco, ¿eh? Vale, ahora hay que salvar a la otra.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch
Cállate,
the
vieja.
drops of water, and the tree you grasp.
¿Pero por qué vas por aquí? Por aquí se tarda más.
Fabia, listen.
There's a troublemaker coming into the city.
I know, and I'll take care of him. Just
Vale.
go and hide.
Puto.
Not in the empty shrine.
Toma, el antídoto.
What are you doing in here? Can't you? She needs the
Toma.
What? Yulia? Yulia.
correr con sandalias es difícil.
Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing? And at this exact moment?
Nunca me vas a creer si te lo dijera.
Look, if you don't want to tell me, that was like the gods hearing my... You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might... And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about
Los
that
ojos
snake's cruel
crueles?
black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need.
Vale.
That's a shame. Thanks again for...
Vale, ahora tengo que ir a que no se suicide el otro tonto polla. Puto.
How'd you do? Salve again, friend. How is it possible? You just arrived here and you already know everyone exactly what's about to happen to them. You're toying with me, right? You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus.
Se ha muerto el asesino. ¿Quién es Sísifo?
Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods.
Hola, Rancerrat,
he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great
Aquí estamos,
boulder
pasándonos
up to
el
the
de
top of the
Forgotten
hill.
City.
Only just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down.
No tengo tiempo, Galerio. Espabila. Que se suicida el otro tonto.
Over again. For all... Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile... Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. And Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way.
Es un buen hombre, Galerio.
Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway,
Ay,
right?
me gusta Galerio.
Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted.
Galerio.
Salve again? No. I've bounced it, but... because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley was... That's nonsense, of course. Dooley... And, well, if you...
Venga, va. Hay que salvar al otro antes de que se suicide. ¡Ay, me he perdido! Vete por aquí.
How'd you do?
Rufi, un segundo. Ahora te doy tu medicina. Oh, ¡qué estrés! Carbo, vente conmigo. Me vas contando tu vida mientras hago cosas. Mientras salvo vidas.
Salve, friend.
Octavia, cállate.
All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. Orpea.
That's...
What?
Why do you...
I know. Please.
I'm sorry, but I...
Please help him.
¡Calla!
You... Well, you don't It's too late for that. Julia and I made a pact.
No, no se ha muerto, la he salvado. Tú no tienes que suicidarte ahora.
If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that. Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have
Mierda, no
2,000
tengo 2,000
denarii
denarios.
to pay off both of our debts.
Pero soy pobre, como en la vida misma.
No. No. I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Orpheus, no!
Nostron, gracias por el follow. Nada. Pues a conseguir dinero. ¿Cuánto tengo? 700. Pues ya me diréis. Sí, la sacerdotisa es lo que me queda por hacer ahora. Y lo de Rufio. Madre mía. El Ulfio no pide nada. ¿Sabes? Ah, que ha salvado la vida de esa persona. Bueno, pues... Pues bien. Pero me das 2.000 euros y tú, no tengo 2.000 euros. ¿Dónde está Rufio? Ahí. Rufio, tienes reuma, que lo sé yo.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. No idea what you're talking about? What business is that of yours? Willow bark. And this will work?
Today is a sad day.
Thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always
Toma.
Watching in the
A ver si ahora me dice quién acosa al Virgilio.
crisis of faith.
Madre mía, cuando tengamos que hacer la ronda perfecta os vais a cagar.
Messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one. No idea what you're talking about?
Te debo una. Hijo de puta, pues dímelo.
Can't talk long. Family's from Seleucia on Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. Fine. Meliodas. No.
Pero si te...
Who do you want me to vote for? Fine. I'll vote for Centius.
Hola, Hermisas.
But no more favors. See you.
Vale, eso es para cambiarle el voto. Vale, la sacerdotisa. Ahora. La sacerdotisa está aquí atrás, creo. No, aquí atrás. Vale, eso es para cambiarle el voto, pero ahora mismo... Ay, tengo un arco, podré entrar aquí.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well, it's your funeral.
Voy a ver la criatura que es. Es que aquí dice que se encontraron a uno que se le habían comido una criatura. Esto de oro. Lo que me temo es que voy a tener que volver a... ¡Oh! ¡Mierda! ¡Está muerta! Mierda, está muerta, sencilla. Hola, Javi. De hecho, es un mod de Skyrim que hicieron juego. Y ha ganado tela de premios y todo. La verdad que es la polla, me está encantando, ¿eh? Por eso se parece a Skyrim. ¡Ay! ¡Coño! Joder, he saltado con mucha potencia. A ver. De un musgo a otro. ¡Uh! 700 denarios. Buah, pues esto ya lo junto para salvar al tonto polla aquel. Lo que pasa es que voy a tener que volver a robar. Tengo money ya. 1800, todavía no tengo que entrar aquí otra vez. Hola, Nex. Sí, puedo pegar patadas, pero a ver, el juego no va de eso. Este juego va de que hay una ciudad que está escondida y hemos viajado en el tiempo y tenemos que ayudarles. Es que es muy largo. Tenemos que ayudar a esta gente a que no cometan pecados para que no se mueran antes de que termine el día.
Who are you? Did he send you?
¿Esta quién es? Soy Mari Carmen.
Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Centella.
¡No, es sencilla!
Through the gate of corn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key.
Que no podemos matarlos. Que si cometemos... Vamos a ver. Que si cometemos un pecado, nos transformamos en oro. Que ya lo he hecho yo. Que ya he robado. Ya he robado yo. Y no funciona. Nos convertimos en oro. Que ya he robado yo. Hola, Nitri. Hace mucho que no te veía. Sí, Ana, este juego está en el Game Pass. Kebel, muchas gracias por el follow.
Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him.
¡Sensio ha sido!
I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out.
Pues no te puedo liberar, porque si te libero, matas al otro y lo transforma todo el mundo en oro. No puede ser.
Just you and me.
Que no funciona, que nos matan.
There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go.
No la voy a liberar
Now or never.
para ver qué pasa.
What? No, you can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless? I hate you. I spit on you. I hope this drags you to darkness.
Nadie me toma bien a mí.
¡Xavi! Dile a esa que antes muerta que sencilla. XD.
Antes muerta que sencilla. Nada, hay que matar a Asensio. Lo que pasa es que hay que matarlo en plan sin que se note. Muchas gracias, Xavi, por esos 24 mesitos, en 2 añitos ya. Muchas gracias. Es que no quiero sacar el final malo. Quiero intentar salvar a Galerio, que me cae bien. Y además quiero darle un empujoncillo. Además es temprano, son las 6. Todavía podemos echarle un par de horas. Vale, a ver. La sacerdotisa.
Ave. A new face. Interesting. Yeah.
Que chique todo.
And because I've seen her before.
Ya vamos a los baños.
We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Pero no te acercas mucho porque la gente no puede saber que nos bañamos juntas. ¡Joder! Que no te voy a tocar la teta ni nada. Empezamos. ¿Tú quién eres? Rufio, ¿tú quién eres? Estoy aquí de paso, ¿eh? No me voy a bañar. ¿Me había escuchado? No me voy a bañar. No. Es para despistar. Espero que esté vestida, ¿eh? También te digo. Equisia. Estarás vestida, ¿no? Hostia, pero ¿esto qué es? Vaya piscinote. Ah, claro, si yo caí de ahí.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood.
¿Por qué eres tú?
Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp.
Ah, que sí, es una lámpara increíble.
Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N. As in
Vamos a ver, me estás diciendo que Caronte.
ferryman of the dead.
Estamos todos muertos antes de venir aquí.
Who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx.
¿Cómo?
The river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's...
¿Cómo?
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But, on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry.
Estamos todos muertos ya.
You know what this means.
¡Vamos!
I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can.
¿Y yo ahora qué hago? Ahora ya me voy a pasear por ahí. Además que yo estoy en un bucle temporal. O sea, yo soy la única que repite el día. O sea, yo voy a ir en plan así. Esta botella de agua que es tuya, me la quedo. Este móvil, me lo quedo. Este vaso, me lo quedo. Mira, parezco protagonista de una aventura gráfica, ¿eh? Esto, me lo quedo. Esto de aquí, el mando, este todo guapo, me lo quedo también. Total. Total, que mata. Si vamos a morir igual. Estamos todos. ¡Ay! ¿Qué me puedes contar de Caronte?
If you were Roman or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. but they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones.
Pero es que morimos dos veces porque nos transforman en oro.
Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid
que no sabe si estamos muertos o no. Que cabe la posibilidad remota de que estemos muertos, pero puede que no. Gracias, sacerdotisa Equisia. Todas las dudas me las ha resuelto. ¡Todas!
To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named
Sí,
Kirti,
correcto, lo he leído.
and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not.
Equisia. Bien, ¿no?
No.
Hola, Ryu.
I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter, Orpheus, a Thracian poet, Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra,
Sísifo lo ha dicho el
and
otro
Aeneas,
antes.
a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate.
Hostia.
So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina.
Vale, me está
or
diciendo
some
los
other
finales
guide.
que hay del juego. O sea, me está diciendo que el juego tiene 3 finales. Enfrentarme cara a cara con el sencillo este. Hacer que todo se torne como yo quiera. Cambiar todo el futuro de la sala. Y convencer a Galerio de que sea el nuevo magistrado. Y Galerio impida que el otro mate al otro. Por lo tanto, no nos convertimos, ¿sabes? O irme con la niñata por la puerta.
It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to
Yo quiero probar a
yourself.
hacer lo de Galerio,
Do
la
so
verdad.
At your own peril. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor.
¿Y tú qué sabes? Tú no sabes si yo soy Hércules. Tú no me has visto a mí hacer las cosas.
Are you telling me that you can?
Hombre, claro
I
que
don't
puedo.
pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance.
Tengo un arco de oro,
If you want to
pero
confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a
Reorán, gracias por
keyhole.
follow.
I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again.
Vale.
It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery.
¿Qué final hacemos?
However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs.
Que
If I
salva
were you,
todo, Toralín.
I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgian.
Que le pregunte a Giorgio.
Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, will be able to tell us. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room.
Esto que me está diciendo es para
I'm
pegarnos con el
afraid you're
dios,
on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other 3 will illuminate the way. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds.
Sí.
So they should
1000
be
denarios
taken
me
with a
pedía la de la
grain of
taberna,
salt.
sí.
First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
Es Perséfone de que está hablando, ¿no? Me pierdo con los nombres griegos romanos, ¿eh?
If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? Truly? Then why are you still here? Ah, I see. Then it seems you have made a great sacrifice for all of us, friend. I admire your compassion, truly. Thank you. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your only other option will be to confront you-know-who. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, may Fortuna guide you.
Me voy a bañar, ¿no? Porque ya que... A ver. Podemos hacer lo de enfrentarnos al dios. Pero es que me parece guapo seguir lo de los susurros, tío. No sé. Vamos... De todas maneras tenemos que interrogar a los notas estos. Tengo que hablar con los soldados para averiguar quién es el que... Para ver quién es el que ha amenazado a Virgilio, que será este cabrón.
So you survived the cistern. Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment. Do I seem like anonymous threats of my style?
Es verdad.
She's not here. Had to carry her to Lucretia's clinic this morning. Shrine of Apollo. She was... Malleolus... Whatever.
Mari Carmen vs Plutón. Es este
We're finally alone. Is that about... Seems rather brash, but right.
Cállate la boca, tengo prisa.
You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you.
A ver, sé claramente que eres cruel porque tienes a tu hija encadenada ahí en el... Ahí está tu hija encadenada, caballero. No me cuente milonga.
Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, a privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one...
Voy a no decirle lo de sencilla, porque quiero averiguar quién mató al... O sea, quiero ver quién acosa... Ella te guiará. ¿Quién es ella? ¿Dónde está el otro? Vale, a esta que le voy a decir que no está sola.
Just as the ocean accepts the river, but it does not know. Say it. Speak its name. Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place.
Quiero hacer otra cosa, a ver si me
I cannot help
dejan
but wonder
hacerlo.
if he himself came here.
No!
Would you like to hear it?
Tengo cosas que hacer, pero cuéntamelo,
I will do my
venga.
best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the
¿Me está contando un
souls,
rollo esta mujer?
and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Ni encima ni me está mirando a los ojos, es
Some
como...
the house of the ruler of the
Coronado,
depths.
guapísimo, bienvenido.
Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders.
Vale, sí, está muy tranquila.
Thank you, friend.
Venga, fuera. Yo que estaba intentando hacer. Ah. Bueno, aquí hay una caja que puedo robar, ¿no? Que tiene dinero. Quiero buscar... Vale, aquí esto es de la vieja loca. Sí, pero no puedo salvar al tío todavía. Necesito... ¿Puedo trepar esto sin...? Octavia.
What are you doing here? Please leave.
Octavia, ¿qué está haciendo?
I said please leave. You're trespassing.
Octavia. Acabo de encontrar la placa romana sin querer. Adiós, Octavia. Gracias por tu servicio. Estas cosas pueden pasarme. Ya sabéis que yo tengo una flor en el culo para los juegos, pero para la vida real no. Tengo que encontrar al último que me falta, tío.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die?
I don't think so.
¿Te vas corriendo, Octavia?
I hope you're coping. Oh, so soon?
Ahora sé cosas de ti.
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
Puta. Vale, hay que preguntarle a este por la placa.
Greetings and salutations.
Salutations. Claro, este no... Hostia, qué mala gente soy.
My friend, your words in... And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman. Plus, I have no hair left to...
Es verdad, no le quedan pelos que arrancarse, eso está lo cierto.
If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dooley. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people.
Ooh!
Besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
Okay.
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Vale. La placa griega entonces está aquí. Julie, dámela.
Hello. Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it. But if I gave it to you, then I
Este tío,
wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad. But it's mine, and I really like it. I want to keep it. Well, if you get me out of here, like, yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque, and
vale,
everyone will
básicamente
be
tengo que volver a magistrado a Galerio para poder coger la placa de este hombre. Porque si no es hurto.
Hello.
¿Me quiere dejar? Si no es robo. Ay, qué difícil es la vida. Rufio, no me importa tu vida. Vale, tenemos que hablar con esta que era la que se quería suicidar.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions. The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler. Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you?
Está persistente como Nemesis, correcto.
I can tell you, but it's a long saga.
Venga, tengo todo el tiempo del mundo, total, se repite el día.
I'd been here about a week. When it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did.
A mí también me lo dijo.
I had to sign
Pero yo la mandé al
agreement
carajo.
saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia. And she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock.
¿En serio?
Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning. That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning
Duma,
tasks.
pedazo de juego, el Stardew
I'd be
Valley.
on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course.
Ahora me voy a sentir mal.
I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the
Ahora me
gods
voy a
have
sentir mal
chosen
por
for
haberla
me,
salvado yo.
for trying to, at least until someone breaks the golden rule. A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelia set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from... If so, I'd never be able to live with my... I doubt you could... I don't know who you are, or what... All right.
Vale.
No. I did hear from Ulpius that she... But I'd been locked in Malleolus's villa for months before she went missing, so... I can't help you, I'm afraid.
Bueno, ya sabemos dónde está Sencilla, así que...
You mean my life story? Oh. Well,
Crecer en una familia. Esto lo voy a ir pasando un poco, ¿vale? Porque ya nos queda hacer las últimas cosas.
But I wasn't cut out for that kind of life.
Vale, no se casó, trabajó con un mercader. Hasta 7 meses que empezó los incendios.
We must have had 100 workers passing, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was my employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the. I remember diving into
the river. Lo mismo que cayó al río. Lo mismo de siempre.
If that's your right.
Se ha enfadado porque le he preguntado que cómo puedo salir de aquí.
I know what kind of person.
Dame lo de la cura del rufio.
Feeling all right. Sure. What do you want to? Glad. Acid, but I'm where until this the and the she's but I one of I read his big I just you did with I have.
Vale, dámela. Ah, sí, que ya tenía lo de reuma y no se gastaba.
Thank you. That's a...
También tendré lo otro. Es verdad. Ya tengo todo. Vale, vale, vale. Hostia, qué fallo.
Don't you just love springtime?
Es que creía que tenía que robarlo todo otra vez.
No. All right.
El cofre del lado de la puerta de este. Está cerrado. No puedo. A ver, lo que pasa es que quiero hablar con el que me queda, tío. A ver si está ahí.
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban.
Sí.
What is it, citizen? What? Absolutely not. I know someone's been threatening him, and I'm not happy about it. But I can assure you, it isn't me. All right?
Es que este no me parece que haya sido, la verdad. Este me cae... Bueno, aunque es un poquito... Voy a meterle un farol.
What now? What?
Voy a intentarlo.
You know nothing. All right?
Pues nada. Tiene razón, no sé nada. Soy como yo en nieve. Esta debía decir lo del collar.
Oh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here.
¡Cállate!
Oh. Oh, really? That commoner in debt bondage next door thought he could win over a magistrate's daughter. That's awfully bold of him. I can see why she worked so hard to keep it a secret. Quick, go and find him and ask
Ve y
him what he
búscalo,
knows.
dice.
Oh, I see. Well, it was worth... Thank you.
Espera, espera, que te tengo que contar más cosas. Si sé dónde está tu hermana.
Oh, look, you're...
¿Por qué me trata tan mal?
Oh no, that's Scintilla's. The question is, what was it doing in the cistern? A skeleton? Oh gods, you mean she's...
Hola, Blake.
She's... What do you mean? But didn't Domitius say there's some kind of creature down there that killed and ate Hannibal? Could it not have attacked her too? What are you saying? That somebody crept down there and put Centilla's amulet on another body to make us think she was dead? Why would anyone do such a thing? But who? Who could have a reason to do that? That is an extremely serious accusation. I take it you have something to back it up.
Tendrás algo que lo respalde, ¿no? La verdad es que sí, me lo ha dicho ella. me lo ha dicho ella claramente. Lo que pasa es que la he dejado atada porque, bueno, tampoco no me importa.
So this is just baseless speculation. I've heard enough. Kindly.
No me ha creído. A ver. Que ya lo sé, deja de tocarme los huevos.
Fortune smile on you, sister.
A ver. Uf. Aquí es donde duermen los soldados. La linterna es mía. Es que yo soy un viajante del futuro. No, Horacio no tiene nada. ¡Oh! ¡Hijo de puta! ¡Es Rufio! Lo sabía. ¡Es Rufio el homófobo! Matémosle, digo no. Rufio, voy a decirte que eres un mierdas. Mierda, ya no puedo decirse.
You look well, my sartorial.
¿A que sí? Está buena. Vale, este tiene que estar aquí detrás, ¿no? ¿Rufio? ¿Rufio, dónde estás? ¿Rufio?
Ah, you again. No idea what you're talking about?
Yo lo sé, fuiste tú.
Look, I haven't been at my best lately.
Rufio, ¿eres un homófobo de mierda?
It's the rheumatism. It starts with
Claro, 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 claro.
Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you
La culpa de ser un homófobo es que tiene reuma.
green. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt it.
Ah, no le iba a hacer daño.
Go and clean up the graffiti.
Vale. No le voy a hacer daño, solo voy a... solo quería acosarlo un poco.
Salve. I hear we...
Sí, le he salvado la vida a Lulia.
What demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it? Really? How did you manage that?
He encontrado el tratamiento para el reumanismo que le perturbaba y que empeoraba el resto de sus problemas.
Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out. Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him. Nice to talk to you.
Sí, Rufio también habla de Dios. Yo lo que pasa es que quiero que venga a ver si lo hacen entre los dos y surge el amor. Me encantaría. Vale, vamos a ir a hablar con Maleo, los de los cojones. Tenemos que ir cerrando coheses. Yo creo que puede triunfar el amor.
Thank you.
¡Tú, hijo de puta!
Demetrius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute.
¡Hostia, es este! ¡Que tiene un ojo de cacolor! No me había dado cuenta.
Well, what do you want? My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
Una polla.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored
Narclo!
eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens.
Narclo, guapo!
I like to think it is simply the way the gods have
Hermoso.
chosen to
Gracias por
mark a
la
natural-born ruler. Nothing more. Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish.
¿Qué tal estás?
Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Are you insane? You
A ver.
Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the golden rule. How could you possibly know that?
Le voy a decir la verdad.
Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Demetrius kill him even more.
Da igual, no lo llegue a matar.
Now, get out of here!
Ah, empiezo a hacer lo que me salga del nabo.
All right, now you've crossed a line. Get out of there!
¿Qué vas a hacer? ¿Qué vas a hacer? ¿Matarme? ¡No puedes! ¡No puedes matarme! ¿Qué vas a hacer? ¿No te puedo robar? O sea, yo no te puedo robar a ti, pero tú no puedes hacerme nada a mí. Así que bueno, ya está. Pienso robarte. Pienso robarte. A ver, tu mujer. Soy capaz de decirle algo. Hola, señora.
You're not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could you possibly have with me?
A ver.
An intriguing proposition. Go on.
A ver.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, I may have the very
¡Sí!
thing
¡Lo
you're
tengo!
looking
El otro
for.
puzzle.
Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me? To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a magistrate? You must think me quite mad.
I've heard
Mierda.
enough. Get out of here at once.
Tenía que haber dicho lo de las mujeres.
Come quickly. We're being robbed.
Sí, nos están robando. Pues si estuviéramos robando estaríamos muertos.
Do I need to call?
Pues te robo yo a ti. A ver, ¿qué tienes aquí? ¡Puta! Ah, tengo que resetear el día por la guarra esta. Ay. Pues me baño en tu piscina. Uy. Ese es Ulpío, que se me ha adelantado. De todas maneras tengo que reiniciar el día porque necesito dinero. ¿Me puedo montar encima tuya para
So
que
you
me...
survived the system. Probably just a stroke of fortuna. Don't get cocky. Couldn't stay away.
¡Uy!
She's not here. That's... What?
Pues nada. Tenemos que resetear el día, gente. Solo se me ocurre una manera de resetear el día. Ah, espérate, voy a hablar con esta puta.
I love your clothes. Oh, you're here. I'm so... And I hope I'm not being too forward. There's a... What was that? Some kind of joke? I take... Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least... Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know.
Vale.
So, naturally, I hovered.
Pues...
The one word I kept hearing was vanishing. And then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not. All right.
Vale, como esta es puta...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
La verdad que he disfrutado, ¿eh? No voy a decir que no. Aquí tiene que venir el nota. Un momento. Cencio, venga. A dar tu vida. Venga, Cencio. Que no llega, Cen. Gracias, Cencio. Teníamos que resetear el día. ¿Es culpa mía? Vale. Ahora tenemos que convencer a Galerio de que se presente a la alcaldía. Galerio, cállate. Hostia, le podía haber dicho lo otro.
I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. Poor Virgil.
Toma, dale a Rufio esto.
All right, got it.
Toma, evita que Fabia se muera. ¡Pero corre! Es buenísimo porque le he mandado 200 cosas. El pobre no sabe ni qué está pasando.
The 49 melodies fetch again.
Calla.
Incessantly, but it say.
Lo sé todo.
He give. And now we.
Venga, fuera. Acabo de estresar al hombre muchísimo. O sea, ese hombre se acaba de levantar. Ese hombre se acaba de levantar y está muy tranquilo.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Whoa.
Que necesito los 700 pavos. De nada. 250. Colgante, me lo llevo. Ve, los 700 pavos no estaban aquí. ¿O lo soñamos? Aquí. Estaba en una caja. ¡Coño, quita! ¿No estaban por aquí, gente? ¿En una caja? ¿Cuánto tengo? 2000. Es que con 2000 le pago a uno, pero al otro no. ¿Dónde el esqueleto? Es que ve una caja. Joder, ¿cómo se me puede olvidar dónde hay 700 pavos? Yo me acordaría. Por las algas. Un momento. ¡Ah, es verdad! Es verdad que antes tardé un rato. Ahí. Vamos a intentar salvar al alpio de los cojones. ¡Ay! Ya no sé salir. Voy a dar muchas vueltas, ¿sí? Vale. Vale, ahora la tía esta. Que hay que darse prisa, pato, ¿eh? Al alpio que se muera, da igual, lo hacemos en la siguiente.
Magistrate, is it? Yes. Thank you. I'm delighted.
You're not so tall. You know, now but I couldn't agree more. One hand washes the
Venga,
other,
va.
as they say. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me. But first,
¿Qué quiere?
I want you to bring me some wine. Oh, don't look at me like that.
Tengo
I know
vino.
this must be hard for you to. Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counselling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here. He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming.
¡Hostia, la han cerrado por borracha!
I'll show him unbecoming.
¡La han cerrado por borracha!
At his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone. I am so looking forward to it. You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked because there's barely any left in the city? In fact, so...
Tengo vino.
Here's the letter.
Gracias. Quincio a su amada Claudia. Pasé un tiempo desesperado pensando que estaba aquí atrapado hasta el fin de mis días. Pero entonces te conocí y descubrí que siempre y cuando esté contigo estoy donde debo estar. ¡Ah, Teresa! Gracias.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is. What? He's... Oh no. That's...
Ya tarde. Hola, Emeros.
I imagined. I only wanted some
ya tengo
leverage
peluca.
over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know.
¿Te imaginas?
What? No. You tricked me, you mendacious little stirkers. It was a lie of a mission.
No te he mentido. Te he dicho que quería la carta y tú querías vino. Te he dado el vino, la carta es mía. Adiós.
I curse you. I curse your life and mind.
Sí, sí.
This is outrageous.
La verdad es que eres muy puta. Me da igual lo que te pase. Eres muy puta. Tengo una cosa que decirte, Quisio. Que me han cambiado hasta el nombre, a ver.
What? So.
Ay.
I suppose that makes you what? One of Nero's.
No se lo diré a nadie si te retiras.
So, you're not going to kill me? Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'd let me live?
Sí.
I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There.
Perfecto.
Got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
¡Ah! ¡Ulpio! ¡Que se mata! Y me ahorro los 2000 pavos. Es que estoy maravilloso. Nunca había estado tan feliz. Lo que pasa es que se me mata Ulpio y no me da tiempo. ¡Ay, ay! Está allí arriba. ¡Corre! Y me ahorro el dinero. Es que es maravilloso mi plan. Me ha dicho que se lo he coccionado. Y pone, es que he cambiado de idea. ¡Corre! ¡Olpia! El dinero es por si tú lo quieres usar. Pero como yo estoy haciendo las cosas guay... ¡Ulpio, no te mates! Quiero decir, el dinero lo puedes usar, pero yo en todo momento, en vez de usar dinero, he hecho las quests como tenías que hacerlas. Entonces, el dinero da igual, ¿entendéis? Octavia, eres muy puta, yo lo sé. Déjame hablar ya, porque te conozco.
Oh, Pierce, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life Working for a man who treats me like an animal.
I know things are hard. Please.
I'm sorry, but
Please, help him.
Que sí.
it's too late for that. If I backed out... What?
Que sí, que está todo bien.
Are you messing with me? We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to you.
¡Qué buena gente
I just
soy!
wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back.
Soy increíblemente buena gente, no te preocupes, Ulpio,
I'll go and take care of
coño.
things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
Hala, ya está. Corre. Buena gente soy, ¿eh? ¿A que soy buena
What
gente?
you did was extraordinary, and
Adiós. Vale. Ahora... Mira el pringao, va corriendo. No ves si correr, cabrón. Que podía correr yo así. Ahora hay que ir a hablar con Galerio. ¿Puedo? No puedo. Para decirle que se presente. ¿Me queda alguno? ¡Galerio! Quisiera por qué. No, quiero esto, pero no Xia, quiero al otro.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Sí, es majestuoso el templo. ¡Cállate!
Malleolus just released us and we never
A
have to set
golden
foot in it
bowl,
again.
just like Apollo and Diana's.
Name's Rufius. No, I'm...
I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back.
Recupera la fuerza y ya lo celebraremos cuando,
when you're ready.
como toca, cuando
I
esté
will.
lista.
Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
¿Cómo lo vais a celebrar?
Sorry, was there something you wanted? Our priestess, Equitia, once told me it's the gods, but if that's the case, I mean, all it really does is make bad people. They've got... I doubt it. I suppose...
Ya lo veremos, si tengo tiempo para hacer nada. Acabas de llegar, dice, llevo aquí 2 horas. Llevo aquí todo el día, ¿sabes? A ver, Galerio. ¿Dónde está Galerio, tío? Su puta madre. ¿Has visto a Galerio?
Shiny.
¿Has visto a Galerio?
A new face.
Claro, esta no se acuerda de haberme contado lo de Inframundo.
Oh my. Let's read out Hercules, the sit and so it's
¿Qué?
May.
Le pega un sustito y ya está, para que no esté tranquila. A ver, ¿dónde está Galerio, tío? Es que no quiero que le pase nada malo a Galerio, me cae bien. Ulpío, que no podía hablar contigo. ¿Cómo estás?
You mean where am I from and all that? Judea, originally. But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family. Romanized my name and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberim.
Sí, voy a la
across the
granjita.
Tiber from the main city. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos. Full of people with all their belongings in carts and brigands preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them. I can only assume they got the better of me because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest, by a river not far from here, with no memory of how I got there. It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw... A lot of good it did me. And that family. I sometimes wonder what happened to them.
Bueno, yo sé lo que te pasó a ti. Estás muerto.
I don't. But even... Well, neither of us have a couple of hours to stand around talking about theology, law, and collective punishment, so... You remind me of an old story from my people about Hillel the Elder. He was approached by a Gentile and asked to explain the entire Torah while he stood on one foot. Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful to you, do not do to another. That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary."
Este Ulpio tenía que haberlo dejado morirse. Lo voy a decir la pesadilla, ¿eh?
What I want to know is, what kind of a god sees a young woman abducted and does nothing about
¿Cómo lo
it?
supiste?
Not my god. That's for sure. Thanks. I just wish there was a way to... Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane. All right.
Vale. Hay que decirle a Galerio... Pero... Es que quiero ver dónde está Galerio, tío. ¿Por qué no me lo marca? ¿Por qué me marca dónde está la tía y no dónde está Galerio, tío? Que la granja es por aquí, pero no me acuerdo dónde. Es que nunca he ido a la granjita. ¡Ay, aquí! ¡Valerio!
Salve again, friend. I went... How is it possible that you've... You're a bit... Sisyphus was a Greek king. He was forcing...
Ya me lo has contado.
Anyway, so... Anytime from now. Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you...
Es que ya me lo has contado. Se da la vuelta y se ha vuelto a dar.
No.
A ver. Te tienes que presentar como magistrado.
Maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talked... He did? Oh, that was unexpected. I wonder what could have possessed him to do that.
Correcto, venga a presentarte.
I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running. All right, friend.
Venga. Que ahora tengo que convencer a toda la ciudad para que te vote. Uy, cabrita. Venga, va. Ahora convencer a la gente para que te vote.
Shalom. Sentius, I suppose. Galerius, the farmer. He's a good man, but I think he's more valuable on the farm than as magistrate. All right, friend.
Joder, ¿y cómo convenzo a la gente para que vote a este hombre?
What now? I'm not. What?
Voy a tener que convencer a este, que me debe una.
Galerius. Sorted out my rheumatism. For the first time in a long time, I'm not in constant pain.
¡Esto no me lo esperaba! ¡Claro! Como yo he mandado a Galerio a salvar a todo el mundo, porque en verdad era yo, ahora todos creen que le ha salvado Galerio. El plan es perfecto.
cafe again. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Why do you ask?
Fear is proof of a
As I
degenerate
said,
mind.
I'm planning to hold it. Yes. I have overheard some rather unpleasant. Very well.
Venga, a votar.
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Election starting.
Voy a ver si funciona bien. Vamos a ver si esto funciona. Joder, gente, me lo estoy pasando del carajo con este juego. Me está encantando, Estoy tópica. Hola, Richie. Yo creo que he ayudado suficientemente a la gente con... ¿Yo? Y a este. También quiero beberme un copazo. Me siento. ¡Venga, Galerio! Yo le he dado todo para que tú ganes. Le he dado todo. ¡Hostia, no! No lo he dado todo. Falta Alpio. Mierda. Falta Alpio. Claro, porque en esta simulación le he salvado yo. Mierda, tío. ¡Mierda! A ver si gana, aunque sea por... Hombre, este y este van a votar. Decio no va a votar a nadie. Está la cosa regular,
Sentius, of course.
Georgius. Galerius. He saved the life
Sí.
of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
¡Ah, pues!
Man who treated my rheumatism.
Pues te se ha cambiado de acera.
Citizens, you have made your decision.
Sí.
Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
¿Qué? Me la ha cambiado de opinión él solo. No pasa nada. Ha sido un bugazo, pero me ha servido para no repetir un día.
This isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down.
El Sensio en plan
I'll
¿qué?
take some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Vale, tú. Tengo que hablar contigo.
Greetings. I'm Georgius.
Giorgio, que ya sé quién eres.
My...
Estoy buscando a Kadash.
I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath us.
Que me diga dónde está.
Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please...
Es Galerio, le da igual.
For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter.
Vale, el templo de Demeter.
Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing. The offering, it is symbolic, you see. It is never eaten, so I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot
Que
a
Kadash
thief
está
going
vivo.
in.
Vale, ya
Do
sabemos.
you know what I saw? Nothing. Nobody entered, and yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay...
Vale, pues dame la llave del templo, voy yo.
It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right.
Vale, a los baños.
I do not think you should pursue this, but you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred.
Gracias. Venga, va, a otra cosa, gente. A coger la placa que está al lado de los baños, en la celda del otro. Cogemos la placa porque lo han liberado y vamos al otro lado.
Hello? I'm Dooley.
Madre mía, gente, voy a 200 revoluciones.
Are you the newcomer?
Sí, soy yo.
Oh, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy. You can have my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, but before that, he told me... He gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to please help me find it. Please.
Vale.
Oh, thank you.
Me va a dar la llave de este.
Hope you find it. In the cisterns. What? Oh, look over there. Maybe it is treasure.
Es que este hombre es un puto peligro, ¿eh? Vale, ya tenemos la placa.
And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it.
¡No robes! ¡No!
The many shall suffer.
Hijo de
for the
puta.
sins of the one.
Pues tenía razón. Iba a ser que nos transformara a todo el mundo en... Sensio tenía razón. ¡Que yo no he sido! Mierda. El cabrón este. Que le gusta la cosa brillante. Una urraca, el mamón. Ay, ya está. Repetimos el día, no pasa nada. Porque cada vez que alguien hace algo malo, como robar, es malo. Nos morimos. No, es porque el nota ha robado... ¿No habéis visto que ha robado una vasija?
Salve, friend.
A ver.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia. Oh no. Poor Virgil. Poor Rufius too, I guess. Alright, got it. Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival... What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you?
¡Date prisa!
I doubt Domitius will let me talk to him, but I'll make sure he
No,
passes
por la
on the
placa
message.
no. Es porque mata a todo el mundo.
I'll go.
Venga, Valerio, a correr. Y yo a entrar en el templo de Demeter. Cada vez más curro, claro, por el mismo que tengo yo. Livia, escúchame. Para que no te vayas por ahí andando como si estuvieras medio muerta. Te voy a decir que estamos en el inframundo, que está muy bien todo, que me voy. Adiós, venga. Ya eres libre. Vale, templo de Demeter. Correcto.
Thank you, Galerius.
Hostia, espérate. Este es el templo de Demeter. Kadash, deja de comerte la comida de la gente. ¿Ustedes qué creéis? ¿Que Kadash está vivo o que Kadash está muerto? Yo creo que es él el que se come la comida. Estoy prácticamente segura, vamos. Bueno, no, porque no se la comí antes. Ah, pero que hay un anciano aquí.
Ah, a visitor.
¿Este quién es?
Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name?
No se va a morir Ulpio. No se va a morir. Lo va a hacer todo Galerio.
It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I've been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical
Madre
argument with
mía.
somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule?
Sí.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue?
Espérate que me va a hacer un examen de filosofía este hombre.
Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
Es que distinguir el bien del mal es fácil pero complicado al mismo tiempo. Es bastante gris eso, ¿eh? A ver, si matas a una persona, obviamente estás haciendo el mal. Entenderme lo que os quiero decir. Aristóteles versus Mari Carmen, chaval. Claro, es que lo que pasa...
You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher.
Es que es difícil de
If you
decir.
struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
¿Qué versión?
That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this.
¿Hay algún sistema de moralidad que siempre sea perfectamente correcto? ¿Que puedas aceptar en cualquier situación y que sirva para hacer siempre lo correcto? Eso es imposible.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet?
¿Creéis que existe algo que se pueda llamar una moral adecuada? Yo creo que no. O sea, es que el término tener una moral adecuada es asqueroso, ¿eh? Es que yo creo que no, esto es imposible, tío.
So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in?
¡Buf! Entonces, ¿es cosa de cada uno decidir qué está bien y qué está mal? ¿O vale con que sigamos las leyes y las costumbres de la comunidad en la que nos encontramos? Es que tampoco tú puedes decir, yo creo que robar está bien. Y ya está. Tampoco puedes decir eso. Pero robarle al nota ese una medicina para poder salvar a la otra, sí era lo correcto. Y le he robado. Sí, pero era lo correcto en ese momento. Espero que esto no sea determinante en el juego. ¿Por qué? Porque la estoy cagando. Yo voy a decir que tenemos que decidirlo nosotros.
So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, then
Hombre, eso no.
I agree. But why? Didn't you just say right and wrong depends on the individual?
Si piensa que está bien matar a su mujer, es que está confundido o enfermo.
I see. So you get to decide right from wrong. The people who see things differently are not allowed. What makes you special?
Pues que yo tengo la verdad absoluta y el otro no.
Empathy. The emotion. Let me ask you this. Imagine you were forced to choose between the death of your beloved spouse and the death of two innocent strangers.
Hostia.
Knowing there will be no legal consequences, who would you mark for death?
Pero ¿y este juego de mierda? Bueno, yo, a ver, con esta pregunta yo voy a pensar en la aleatoriedad de las cosas. Es que los dos desconocidos que se van a morir pueden ser malas personas.
Our empathy, like a siren song calling us away from our true path.
Y pueden ser malas personas. Eso no lo podemos saber, son desconocidos. Antideas, bienvenido.
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve.
Es que eso es una utopía, no se puede conseguir.
In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
Y vivir bajo la autoridad de un tirano no es vivir.
I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
Hola, Fer.
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story. I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies. So I could argue more forcefully.
Pero si es una dictadura, si te obligan a llevar a Samodar, ¿no? Por lo que está diciendo.
Everyone I could, and I was good. One night I found myself in a tavern in an argument with a drunken mercenary. It became heated. He drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed.
El Carbo a
I
Louis
settled in, made friends, and
a Wildfire me ha dejado loca. Puto
realizing
Carbo.
our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground.
O sea, se ha
Fortunately, I
escondido
found this place
porque está
waiting.
seguro de que vamos a morir.
You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny. They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called him Hades.
Y no te lleva aquí 25 millones de años, ¿eh?
My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding.
Hay aquí 20 personas.
I think it's safest to assume that if I was to
Hijo de
return,
puta.
Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive.
Pero no están vivos porque en realidad están en el inframundo.
I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years.
Eso digo yo, ¿cómo se pueden morir de viejos?
Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. As you wish. You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription.
Sí.
It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you, if Kabash had not already taken it. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people.
Hostia, el Virgilio me dijo, ojalá poder hablar con alguien que estuvo aquí antes.
Built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpine. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. I'm getting to that. You see, it was among these old Greek relics that I found the thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great
¿Hay otro
lengths
túnel?
to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow
Que hay,
Kabash's
que hay un templo egipcio ahí abajo. Ah,
There are certain things you must see. Take this key.
¿Me ha dado la llave para abrir el portón?
Ha! Did we not discuss it at length already? I enjoy...
Que hay un puto templo egipcio aquí abajo. Lo que pasa es que tengo que coger la placa rápido, porque en cuanto me ataque el nota tendré que defenderme y se aplicará la regla de oro otra vez. ¡Coño! Que me ha... ¡Ay! Me ha salido de... ¿Pero es que es una puta momia? Tía. ¿Que es una momia? Tengo flechas de sobra. El puto problema es que no veo. Vale, es una ciudad egipcia. Que está debajo de la otra ciudad. Pero de todas maneras... gracias por pararme la caída. Mira, voy a sacar dash.
Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors, To what end? That is welcome news.
Se me nota si
really
voy...
are not
¿De
Greek or
Pampling?
Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it and restore the honor of Osiris.
¡Osiris! Ya se habrá ido Osiris, pero la acaban de nombrar.
Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here.
Vale, está ahí
I
abajo.
stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for
Es
a
que me
place
falta
to
una placa
hide
más que
from
no
the
sabíamos
hungry
qué era.
children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it. Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? Indeed, and I see you know our history.
Es que soy arqueóloga, pero no sé lo que es la Loat, yo.
See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story. And here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers.
Ah, el inframundo egipcio.
Instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it.
Claro,
removing his name
que esto
and
es,
replacing
que en realidad
it
esto es el inframundo de Osiris, no el inframundo de Hades.
Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to
Era Kerti, no Caronte.
As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the
Hola, Andrés.
foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older
Eso
than
es,
the plaque bearing
que los
Osiris.
egipcios también lo copiaron.
But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept.
Pero tío, lo tienes que aceptar.
I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name. You are too late. It is
Mierda.
done. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness. If it will help you to see reason, I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria.
Era un
The name of
pescador.
since the Romans had taken
Luego, cuando
over
los romanos
from the
conquistaron los griegos, aprovechar
I
oportunidad
took the
para aprender
opportunity to
latín,
learn Latin when
viajar a
the fires
Roma,
broke out last year. On my
incendio,
seventh
se
trip,
murió,
I
como
obviously
todos.
did not- This, I think, dude, as for, I do not know. What could possibly lie? All I know is, Mo, good way. You would plunge into the depths of the Dua.
Pues nada, gente. Me cago en tu puta madre. A ver. ¿Puedo ver la placa que falta? Sumeria. Nergal el Fiero. Vale. Sumerio, sí. A ver, he de decir que la trampa estaba un poco regulinchi, ¿eh? Mierda que me ahogo. Buah, eso pinchan igual. Yo no es por nada, pero nadie ha aguantado.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege. But you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed?
Cabash.
Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
Cabash, escúchame, hijo puta.
Why? To what end? But why? What business could you have with Osiris?
Cualquier opción es mala, ¿eh? Drolerín, bienvenido. Voy a exigirle que deje a todo el mundo irse. Voy a enfrentarme a él por lo de la regla de oro. Voy a matarlo, no es una opción. Y si le miento, me va a saber que le estoy mintiendo. Voy a exigirle que deje ir a todo el mundo. O voy a enfrentarme a él. Pero es que me va a decir que si me enfrento a él, no va a querer. Y si le digo que le voy a exigir, se va a mosquear. Porque va a decir, tú que le vas a exigir a un dios. Pero bueno. Bueno, sabía yo. Si es que aquí la gente no...
Good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place.
Pero aquí la gente es que no entra
along with it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Nunca me han transformado a mí, ¿eh? ¡Mierda! Que no me acuerdo, no sé por dónde ir. Por aquí no. ¿Qué tenéis que reconocer? Que esto es un puto lío. ¡Coño, sube! Es que además se pone todo en blanco y negro y no veo nada. Por aquí. Si llego sin morirme, no pasa nada porque la placa la he cogido. Entonces ya no tengo que volver a hacer esto. Tengo que resetear un día. Pero ya tengo las placas. Voy guardando partidas. Oh. Ah. Ay, eso es para bajar hasta aquí. ¡Hijo de puta! Llego. Claro, la estatua de los otros que se han muerto ya. No tenemos tiempo. Galerio, todos los días me preguntan lo mismo. Mira, tienes que hacer esto. Tienes que hacer esto, tienes que hacer esto, tienes que hacer esto. Afuera.
Ixian turns.
Que sí, vieja, que no estás loca. Muy bien. Vale, ahora tenemos que ir al templo ya. Ay. Uf. ¿Qué hacemos? ¿Hacemos esto? Es que el último que me queda... va, vamos a ver qué es el tesoro. ¿Y cómo se llega hasta ahí arriba, tío?
On your best behavior, I trust.
El problema es que no sé dónde están las cosas. Hasta Ulpio. Es que me ha dado la llave de qué. Creo que es el edificio ese que está aquí. Pues claro que no la dejo hablar. Venga, va. Que no veo. Así que no ha sido el otro.
What? I hate you.
Pues entonces, ¿Aníbal le iba a dar el regalo de esta tía? Sí, es otra manera de llevar a Sencilla. Va, pero Sencilla me la suda. Vale. A poner las placas. Vamos a hacer lo de Hércules. Que me hace más ilusión, en verdad. Matar a Osiris. Uy, ¿estáis nervioso? Yoshi. Di su nombre. ¿Y ahora cómo le llamo? Porque tiene 4. En verdad es Nergal, ¿no? Porque fue el primero. ¿Me ha dejado? Habrá que decirlos todos, ¿no? Se ha abierto con Hades. Ajá. A Hades le gusta más. Me suena muy bien. Osiris también suena de puta madre. ¡Ah! ¡En la puerta! ¡Qué egipcia! Vale, 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 vale. La puerta, joder. What the fuck?
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk,
Verás tú la que hemos liado.
satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will. My story is many.
¿Cuál es tu historia? Las preguntas las mismas.
You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago.
Vale, se transforma en algo que podemos comunicarnos con facilidad a otra persona.
In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow. While
Pues es un alien al final, el dios. Ya está.
No. Long ago, I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that.
Vale, que no se va a presentar como es.
This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpine to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal.
Pues mira.
Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutabal to the Sumerians, Kurti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon.
Mira, Osiris, esta es tu novia.
Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish. It has come to be known simply as the underworld, and it exists because of a way.
Existe por una apuesta que dice, ah, vale.
That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago, my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization,
Es un puto alien, sí.
saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind.
Por eso está la puta ciudad con la ley del oro.
And to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy.
Hostia, pues la tiene que querer que te cagas, ¿eh?
So that I might
Porque
take her with me
3000
to
años ahí.
and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres.
Madre
Of course,
mía.
my beloved Proserpina. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives.
Hostia, por eso entramos a los
I
baños,
watched
tío.
wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their
Entramos
civilization declined over
la
the
primera vez en el
centuries,
baño
they were replaced by Egyptians.
para que se limpien los
Of course,
pecados, dice.
believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans. and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver. A rare
¡Oh! Todos teníamos la moneda de plata.
Whoever died while in possession of one
Quien muriera teniendo esa moneda es el que venía. Hostia, qué fuerte.
As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the pharaoh. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens.
Hostia, qué guapo, ¿eh?
Almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind would have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persepolis along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place.
Y yo, pero es que tiene todo, está todo bien hilado, es increíble.
Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning. And in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings
Hostia,
named
Heracles
Sisyphus and
huyó
Theseus,
con toda esta
a poet
gente.
named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course, that is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes.
Que sí, que ha hecho la regla de oro.
That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold. And when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the
Hostia,
first
se
for
la
a
cargó.
discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold.
A ver,
I left her to stand
está bien,
there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your
Pero
kind
que hijo de
for
puta, es que hay gente que lleva 3000 años congelada en oro. Y si te haces pipí, como yo, que llevo un rato haciéndome pipí, pero no se cae el dedo del inframundo.
I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warmth. And when you disobey, and you always
Cada vez que
disobey,
desobedezcamos,
you force
sufrimiento
mine,
para
and so you
todos.
ask, if I am the one destroying you destroy
O destruimos
yourselves.
vosotros mismos. Tienes razón.
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited.
Cuando se fueron todos los dioses, él heredó todas las cosas.
The golden bow originally belonged to one of them, as my tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies.
Vale, la furia, vale, no. Espérate, que es que me salta una frase.
The golden bow, as my
A medida que
collection
crece
of
mi
golden
colección de
statues
estatua dorada, elegí las más feroces y las equipé con una copia de su arco. Y son las furias, vale.
I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations.
Es el arco el que hace la magia,
The
sí.
Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do.
Trata a los demás como quiere que te
Greeks
traten a ti.
refined it
Los
with
griegos
avoid
dijeron,
doing
evita
what you
hacer
would
aquello
blame
que
others
criticarás a otros.
The Roman Stoics added,
Trata a tus
"Treat your
inferiores como
inferior
querrías
as
que
you
te
wish your
tratasen a
superior to
tus
treat you."
superiores.
Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
Bueno. Lai. Parece que tú tampoco la has defendido mucho. Uf. Puedo ir metiéndole pollitas, ¿eh? Vamos a meter pollitas.
Enough. You clearly. I'm able to
No le ha gustado.
commune with all of the statues in the city. They.
Vale.
If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask?
Por nada.
Then what an odd question. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example?
A ver.
The merchant. How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined?
No querría que otra persona pidiera un precio exorbitante por una medicina que está, para
I
que está
disagree.
muriendo.
Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway. Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation.
Pero vamos a ver, él aplica la moralidad que a él le parece. O sea, es que
Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man.
me estoy liando.
Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
Tengo razón y lo
Then
sabes.
your desire to be right outweighs your desire to suffer. You will make a fine.
¡Basta!
Do you really think
¡Hostia! Puede que seas inmortal, pero tu novia no.
How dare you threaten her? This
Ah, pues me
ends
mata.
now.
Es que tenía que hacerlo.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
¿Dónde está la corona? ¿La he cogido? ¡Ay! ¡Hay que volver! ¡Hay que volver! ¡Ay! ¡Ay! ¡Encisa! ¡Encisa! ¡Ay! ¿Que me matan? Voy a guardar por si me muero. ¡Ay! ¿Tú podéis creer que acabo de matar a Perséfone? Ay. ¡No me convence! ¡Ya! ¡Parkour! Ay. Lo que no sé es por qué cogió la corona de Perséfone, pero lo descubriremos ahora. ¡Ay! ¡Ay! Es increíble cómo acabo de salir de la sala, de la nave espacial, de un dios. Y he huido. Uy, Galerio, por Dios. Mira, me vas a hacer todos estos favores, ¿vale? Así está entretenido. Vale.
The 49 melodies fetch
Venga, vieja,
again
que me da pena
with
ya.
incessant labor, but it...
Fuera. Hombre, la verdad, sinceramente, es que me he pasado 3 pueblos, ¿eh? Sinceramente, me he pasado. Que he dicho, tú serás inmortal, pero ella no. Plutón. Esta era Osiris, ¿no? No, coño. Hades. ¡Hola, Maciño! Ah, igual. Y Osiris. Volvemos. ¡Oli! Soy yo otra vez. Voy a guardar partida por si la lío. Hola.
And here you allow me to introduce myself. No girl to the Sumerians. The Sumerians, but the one.
Que ya me lo has contado. ¿Ves esto?
I would recognize that anywhere. And yet my beloved still wears hers.
Soy el puto amo.
How did you come by it?
Se la robé después de matarla, en otra línea temporal.
You vile, despicable creature. Why would you do such a thing? And worse still.
Porque no tengo puta vergüenza. Puedo hacer esto todo el día. Puedo hacer esto todo el día, ¿eh? Todo el día, ¿eh? Hades, todo el día. Es buenísimo, tío. Es buenísimo.
You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will
Y yo me estoy marcando un Doctor Strange, la verdad que sí.
I will lose my wager and return to Elysium, humiliated and alone.
¿Y qué va a hacer?
I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Persephone was a fool to have ever believed in you at all. This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form of her.
Vea, a tu puta casa.
If I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest.
No me obligues a matarla de nuevo.
Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready? You had best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
Lo siento, Perséfone. ¡Hala! Ya está. Pues ha quedado buena tarde. He sobornado a gente. He robado. He matado a una señora. He creado una paradoja temporal. He amenazado al dios de la muerte. He matado a Perséfone. He amenazado a mucha gente. Está bien. Una tarde normal en el canal, ¿no? Y he salvado a Al, que está todo bueno, en verdad.
Hi there.
Hola,
A
Al.
bit of afraid. Thought I was
Te he
in here
visto
alone.
ahorcado hace un rato,
I'm
así que no te ahorques.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first
Sí,
people to set
todos
foot
tienen
in
la
this
cara
city
de
for
que
about
date cuenta que este
2,000
juego
years.
está hecho por 3
Fortunately
personas.
for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet.
Hostia.
Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to her. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him? And the
No,
other
el
people
mérito
who
ha
lived
dicho que
here?
hace un oráculo, o
What
sea,
happened to
yo.
all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
Esos romanos están locos.
I don't know, it reads like an earnest account to me. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
Esos romanos están locos. Eso es de una peli, ¿no? ¿No lo dice? ¿No hay una peli que dice eso?
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead, and I'll be there soon.
Asteri, eso, me acordaba yo, tío, la Virgen. O sea, me sonaba mucho de haber escuchado esa frase, pero no sabía dónde.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely... I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned from that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember
¿me han
how they
asesinado o
died,
qué?
it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know? As you wish. You were murdered.
Lo sabía.
You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely.
Hostia, Al es el que me ayudó contra los asaltantes.
Were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here. It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here, nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths.
Sí, lo de los barqueros.
Those stories contained a long time ago.
Vale, las monedas esas, ya me lo dije, ya me lo han dicho.
Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, it means I am now. I see no point in keeping you here, but I have to ask one thing: that you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The
No me
ruins of a
jodas que se ha
long-forgotten city.
enamorado.
And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story, and I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius's tablet.
Verá,
I
verá.
found something
No, ahora estamos
strange.
vivos.
I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
You're finally here. Remember me?
Ah, pues no, estamos muertos.
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of
¡Hostia!
ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second
¡Que no
chance.
están muertos! ¡Que los ha... ¡Oh, espérate, espérate! Ha revivido a todos, pero en mi siglo. En 2022, con la pandemia. ¡Galerio, vaya putada!
Oh, I used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I...
¡Cásate con Galerio! Ojalá, Galerio.
I know. I can't believe my luck either.
No, no, está con la
But we're
tía.
engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring.
¡No!
If you're gonna be
Galerio
around,
se
I'd love to
casa.
see you there.
Con la cristiana. Yo voy a la boda, claro que sí.
Of course. There's a whole museum.
Oh,
Mira.
hello.
You're here. It's lovely
Mira.
to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you. So, I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable.
Es que es una aventura romanceable de Galerio y Egipcia que no la has hecho, pero si no me ha salido.
Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa and it feels like the world has just opened up for us. We're just so thankful for what... Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. See you...
Hostia, Ira. Mira, Duli.
Hello. I'm... Galerius said you're very nice and a big... I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look up. Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. Bye-bye.
No te lo puedo creer. No me lo puedo
Hi
creer.
there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Centilla with us as well. So, thank you. Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind, remind yourself your
Ya me está contando su vida.
Thanks. Great. I'm living up north and studying in the military
Academia de
academy in
Militar,
Modena.
algún día
I'm
será
gonna get
oficial.
up. The world's
El
changed
mundo ha
a
cambiado
lot.
un montón, pero hay cosas que
But
siguen
some
igual.
things stay the
¿Puedo
same.
creer que seguimos estudiando tácticas
Would you
militares
believe
de
we're
mis
still
tiempos?
studying
Alejandro
military
Magno,
tactics from
César,
my time?
Aníbal.
Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking. The ones who...
Otra vez, con el
Sí,
puto
oye.
Seneca, eres un pesado.
Hey,
Mira, Cencia.
I take it you're the Oracle.
Cencia seguro que sí está
Thanks for
grande.
coming. Actually, I'm not sure if you heard. But after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again. Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere.
¡Hija de puta, tiene una Alexa!
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
Anda bien, pues ya está.
Meh, I try not to You too.
Pues ya está.
Hello!
Mira, Julia.
You're... Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius
Arsenio
how to
cree que
save my
tonto.
life.
Sencillo.
And of course... Oh, I barely I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English.
Mira, vive en Londres con su novia.
Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus. But oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course.
Metiendo un poco de prisa, gente, porque son casi las 9 de la noche. Me estoy muriendo de dolor de cabeza.
I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. Last I heard,
Maleolo sigue insistiendo en que era el soberano. Acabó encerrado en un psiquiátrico. Y Claudia decían que había gastado todo el dinero en vino para volver al inframundo por medio de la bebida.
After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... What's that German word? Schadenfreude? Thank you. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life, even in your time life still. Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met, and last I heard she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria? Some people have all the luck.
Anda. Me parece a mí que no va a tener el futuro que ella quiere.
Well, you are the oracle, so I suppose I'll take your word for it. Huh. I feel better already. Thank you. You too. If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink. I hope so.
You are here. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, then speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I'm studying to get into medical school.
Mira, se va a convertir en médica de
I
verdad.
resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive.
Está estudiando.
When it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep... You too. Don't be as...
Me encanta como ellas se han cambiado de nombre, pero esta gente se sigue llevando igual. ¡Hey, Georgio!
Hello. Greetings. You must be the legend. I am told we have you to thank for... I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much
se ha ido a
over the
vivir a
last
Grecia.
2000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once, perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in
Míralo.
in a villa. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story.
Claro que sí, voy para allá.
You too.
You're...
Que ya sé quién eres. ¿No viste qué coñazo que me diste para salvarte la vida?
I don't know how you knew. I'm just...
Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Karen gave me, so... Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows and yoga pants.
¡Hija de puta! Tienes la vida que... O sea, cocinar para mis amigos no, pero lo de ver memes mientras hago maratones de series en chándal es mi vida, Fabia.
Thank you. I really
Gracias, Fabia. Quiero ser tu amiga. Mira, el filósofo, el viejo, tío.
I take it you're the oracle everybody's talking about. We have. I'm sorry. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now, and it seems I have your catabis. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge
De asesor en la
University,
Facultad de Historia Clásica.
helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened. My sincere...
Perfecto. Hijo de puta.
Good evening.
Mira. Octavia.
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard... But thank you for coming. I'm living in Rome again.
Vive en Roma otra vez.
By the Tiber.
Hola,
I'm
Moebius.
not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life.
Va a ser psicóloga para ayudar a la
helped
gente.
him.
Resolución de conflictos.
That means a lot. And you.
We meet again.
¡Mira, Livia! Hostia, no la he reconocido, ¿eh?
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium. I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit.
Pues tu alma gemela
Men
está
have called
tiesa.
me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you, farewell, friend.
Y este no será quien yo creo que es, ¿no?
Soiree, innit?
Puto Decio.
Hello at last. You must be the oracle. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you.
No hace falta que me dé las gracias, no ha sido adrede.
Such acerbic wit. I love it. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market.
Bueno, pues ahora invierte en bolsa este hijo de puta.
You being the oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend?
En Cristo.
Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer.
Tienes que... El alquiler de DVDs a un videoclub. La televisión. La prensa impresa. Invierte en NFTs. Le voy a decir que en alquiler de DVDs.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight.
Dale, dale al DVD. Dale.
Of course, don't let me keep you.
Te vas a morir de hambre. Hostia, Cabash. Con el por culo que me diste, cabrón.
It is an honor. Oh, of course. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths.
Me está haciendo de mochilero.
Backpack the world. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the after.
Pues sí, pásatelo bien. Vamos por culo.
Hello there.
Mírala.
Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria.
Oh, se ha hecho novia con
Ulpio. I'm so
ya eran novio
grateful
antes,
to you
pero
for making sure he's still with us. If you can try some of our very... Thanks.
¡Lo sabía! ¡Lo sabía! ¡Que Rufio se iba a liar con Virgilio! ¡Lo sabía!
Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now.
Ahora soy Rufo.
New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, for what you did. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet.
Se podía llamar Rufus, la verdad que sí.
One adjustment at a time. Huh. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world.
Ahora no se puede bajar la guardia. Hay teléfonos por todas partes y cámaras.
Got to stay vigilant. You too.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I wanted to thank you and for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow. I'm studying to be an architect again and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming, you natives of the 21st century. You too. If you're ever in the...
Que vaya a ir a verles. A ver, Ulpio, que es el que me
It's
queda.
nice to finally put a face. I understand I have you to thank for the way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing.
Que bien, ¿eh? Que les consiguiera que Hades le diera un montón de dinero.
Extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and so we're living each day to the fullest, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset.
La gente de aquí dice que ahora casi se puede beber. Perfecto.
Thank you. You too.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time.
¡Hemos salvado a Persephone!
Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave,
He salvado
would not
Oye,
survive.
¿me saca al final bueno?
So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. I don't know what happened to him. I have... Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time, she wouldn't say what it was.
Caronte se ha hecho su propio inframundo.
And you. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those
¿Recuerda las
golden
estatuas doradas que estaban
statues
repartidas por toda la
scattered
ciudad?
throughout
Sí.
Good. Because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving it.
¡He salvado a todos, pero a todos!
Theseus and Aeneas would be proud.
¡Me he sacado el final! Que me he hecho el final el mejor a la primera. Porque soy una puta polla, ¿o qué? Hostia, tío, el final bueno, pero re bueno. La leche. Madre mía. Y luego digan que eres manca. Cuando te pones, te pones. ¿Has visto? Y me llevo meando un rato, ¿eh? Yo no sé cómo lo he hecho, pero lo he hecho. Juegazo, ¿eh? La Virgen. Juegazo. Yo me he sacado el final bueno, re bueno. Pero... vosotros también podéis sacaros vuestros finales. Lo tenéis en el Game Pass. Podéis jugarlo. Hacerlo, porque es buenísimo. ¡Cachi! Muchas gracias por regalar 5 subs. Esa no lo he visto. Ah, no, sí estaba. Sí estaba ahí, en el de este. Cachi, muchas gracias por esa pedazo de regalación. Me ha encantado el juego, me lo pasa muy bien. Así que os lo recomiendo a full, gente. Os lo recomiendo a full, me lo pasa muy bien. El juego es increíble, tío. Cachi, muchas gracias por esa pedazo de regalación de sub, ¿eh? Muchas gracias. Me lo pasa genial, juegazo. No sé cómo coño me he hecho el final más potente del juego sin saber nada, así. Sentido común, ya está. Y mira que yo robo, mato, ¿sabes? Ya está. Pues, gente, me voy. Al final se ha hecho un poco más largo de lo que yo pensaba. Llevo de directo desde la 1 de la mediodía. Son las 9 de la noche. Mañana no nos vemos. Mañana me cojo el día libre. Y nos vemos el martes. El martes vamos a hacer el día del indie, ¿vale? Así que vamos a probar unos cuantos juegos que están ahí un poquito, lady. Pero coño, muchas gracias a todos de corazón. Joder, por pasar la tarde conmigo, ¿eh? Que también, que yo he estado aquí 7 horas, 8 horas, pero que vosotros también. Que muchísimas gracias de corazón por siempre apoyar las decisiones locas que hago y por apoyar los días del indie locos que hago. El martes vamos a hacer el día del indie. Tengo como 4 indies que probar, así que os espero aquí. Espero que os gusten algunos de ellos para que los descubráis y podáis echarle un tiento, ¿vale? Gente, un beso a todos y nos vemos el martes. Me lo pasa muy bien, ¿eh? Me ha encantado el juego, ¿eh? Me ha encantado. He estado ahí a tope hasta el final, ¿eh? Ahí en plan... Yo ya en el momento en el que le he vacilado al dios del inframundo, digo, bueno, pues ya está. Un día, una tarde normal en el canal de Ariel, ¿no? Digo, es que yo no me puedo ir de aquí sin vacilar a este hombre. Eso que me llevo. Gente, hasta el martes. Disfrutad mucho de lo que queda de domingo. Los que estáis en LATAM, pues queda bastante domingo. Y disfrutad del lunes. Hasta luego. Tirarle una bomba. ¿Por qué mi vida es tan lamentable? ¿Alguien me lo dice, por favor? Aquí hay unas bragas. Las bragas son de chicle. ¿Alguien entiende el sorriense? Y yo, tío. ¿Me puede dar un respiro? Por cierto, hemos quedado el martes a las 10 en el Discord. Para que lo sepáis. Bueno, pues me dio el respiro. Si me han dicho que estás harta de jamón. No, me han dicho que estás harta de jamón. Yo llevo con la prima ya. No, el papi me ha dicho que estás harta de jamón.